Okay. Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's all right. Bring all my pages open so that I can see everything's all right. And here we go. Pretty interesting. They changed the frequencies for the number station this time around. The next frequencies today are lower than the ones we had in the past weeks. So it seems they've changed their frequencies for their Saturday. Well, the 21 hours UTC M12 number stations. So, okay, that's good. There we go. And things are looking good. Everything's looking all right. So, let's start this. So, hello, everybody. Nice to have you here, and hope that you had a great week. So, this week was rather it was quiet. It was a little warm, but not too warm. It was kind of a quiet. We did have a lot of rain this week, though, in Montreal. But things today, it's kind of cloudy. It's supposed to rain tomorrow and maybe Monday. But right now it's at about 26 degrees Celsius. So somewhere in like around 80 Fahrenheit ish in Montreal. Not too bad, but it's rather cloudy. A little humid. It's a little bit humid, but it's not too bad. I went to the groceries and there was a little breeze, so it's not it's not too bad on that. So at this time, yeah, the broadcast on 13630 Sprawled China Radio International. They are broadcasting from the Mali transmitter site in Africa. So that's probably the English language broadcast you heard on 13630. So welcome aboard, everybody. This is the Saturday live show, the Shortwave radio show. Radio in general, it doesn't have to be just shortwave. And this is a show we are doing every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. So we get up here and we do a show that doesn't have any official time length. When people ask me how long does it last, it lasts until I'm tired or I have nothing else to say. So, rarely below 3 hours and sometimes more. I think last week we did, 5 hours? So, it happens that we go further away or like further in time. Last week or the week before, it was 5 hours. So we go anywhere from, I rarely, it happened a few times I had 2 hours, but that doesn't happen very often. 3 is like the standard. And if there's anything else that we can have fun and listen to, we just continue on. And sometimes the conversation also helps. A lot of what I say comes from what I can read also on the chat. So this is something that is also helpful in getting subjects around. Today we'll have a mix of tuning to bands, doing a few things, but also a bit of nostalgia because this week is 44 years of my first official known contact with shortwave radio. when I got the Realistic DX100 on the first week of August 1982, so 44 years ago. I was like a kid in a candy store, tuning the bands and having a lot of fun. So we're going to talk about that also. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. That's northeast part of North America. And we are here to have fun with radio. Beautiful chat room. If you want to join in, say hello to everybody. Do so. We got a great gang here. And that is, a lot of fun to read and to go through, and they're greatest people that we have here, helpful, they will answer questions, or if they can help out they will. It's a great place if you want to be among radio geeks and radio friends. It's really cool here. After this, well, there is a Facebook group that we are close to 4,500 members. And there's a lot of postings of things people listen to, radios that they use, and just plain fun with radio. So it's really nice to have all of you here as usual. If you want to contribute and help me out, because the monetization is very crappy on YouTube, and keep this going, well, one of the great things that you can do is give a little something, a little donation. Either here through the super chat, you have the button for the super chat where you can actually give a little something through this spot here. And you can also do the donation through PayPal. I call it the Pizza Fund, so that I don't die of starvation, and cat treats through PayPal. And this is the email you can use. It will also work with official shortwave radio at gmail.com because they are linked together. So if you want to help out, this has been honestly, this has been very helpful to keep all of this going, and in the past year. And so let's try to keep it up. And I'm particularly looking at all the people that maybe have never donated before. How about making your first donation? And you know what? Any amount helps. It does not matter how much you give. The important thing is that people give a little something to keep this going, especially if you like the live shows and the videos that I post. I want to post a lot more videos in August also. So thanks for your donations. I want to thank already from PayPal, because I've seen the emails come through. Brian Leisner, thank you so much. Gary Corrin and Gerald McNeil, thank you so much for your donations, guys. Much appreciated. And let's keep this going and have fun with radio. Okay, so let's go to the chat and see who's here. Say hello. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. Rainy days. Yeah, it's probably that rain that's coming towards us. Apparently, it's a very slow moving system, so we're going to have quite a lot of rain because it just isn't moving fast. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you on board from Ontario, Canada. We have Spell 5011, nice to have you here from Nova Scotia. Mike B, nice to have you on board from Colorado. And yeah, we'll try to have Mr. Paul appear if possible. Nice to have you on board. Free to choose. Salut, j'espère que tu vas bien de Saint-Hyacinthe. Thank you for being here. Free to choose. Much appreciated to have you here from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Gabriel, nice to have you here from Montevideo, Uruguay. And it's nice to see all your the fun you're having with the radio and your new toy, the Texan PL990. Hope you're having fun with that. Definitely is a nice little radio there. Free to choose as Spain, Radio Exterior de España, 15500, 15520, with 15500 being the main frequency for North America. And before I continue, I'm going to say cheers. This week it's not the Labatt Dry. I usually have the Labatt Blue Dry. This week is the Molson Dry. So this is a Molson Dry. Cheers, everybody. Brett Woolley, nice to have you on board. Always nice to have you here. Freedom Choose also has Radio Marti, 13570 and 13720. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Ray Hawksworth, nice to have you on board from sunny Victoria, BC, on Vancouver Island. I need to go out, but we'll catch the broadcast later today, so no problem there. Life does get in the way of our hobby and our radio stuff, so it definitely is a little something that is cool, that you can actually watch later on for the live show, and also see the chat room and repeat. We have Mike WX50. Nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. It says best weather you've had in quite some time. 77 Fahrenheit, lower humidity. That's great. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Ontario, Canada. TVDXer, ça va? J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Nice to have you on board from just outside of Montreal. Craig also says hello to Paul the Cat. So absolutely, I think everybody wants to say hello to Paul the Cat. Steelic, nice to have you on board. Miguel, nice to have you on board from Barcelona. Hope you are well. Bobby Burgess, MPR TVG, nice to have you here from Morgan City, Louisiana. WA5107SWL, where our friend Bobby here is 1 year older. His birthday was yesterday. So happy birthday once again. So yeah, like I said, for you to choose, 13630 is China Radio from Mali transmitter. Marvin Mats, nice to have you on board from the Japan Islands. And it's nice to have you here. Atori 6200, nice to have you here. Robert Varner, KC2TEL in New Jersey. 000, nice to have you on board from New Jersey, KD2ANN. And Craig Martinetti, is tomorrow a civic holiday in Quebec? Nope. We don't have that holiday here in Quebec. You see that a lot of Canadian provinces have that holiday. That's not one that we have here in Quebec. John Beckham, nice to have you on board from Northeast Florida. RJDA Dakota, nice to have you here. And says in Winsville, Missouri, 78 Fahrenheit, 25.5 degrees. Nice, but rather cloudy. And we have Blogadai, nice to have you on board from Central Virginia. We just received his Ligiani RD239S with W2 repeater from the front porch. So that's going to be some fun while you're watching the show today. And that's pretty cool. And yes. Okay. DJ Craze, nice to have you on board. And happy to have you early on. Radio Search, nice to have you here. DH1AO, nice to have you on board from Northern Germany. Tori 6200, I thought about you, Joe. I was listening to the voice of Shortwave Radio, and they are looking for people to take spots on their broadcast. Yeah, he did send me a email a couple of months back. I got an email from him, and asking if I wanted to participate on his show. Yeah, it's the way it mostly works is he likes to have like something recorded in advance that he just has to play. So we'll be checking that. I guess I could put something up and do a little spot on his show for shortwave radio. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you on board from West Michigan. London 19657, nice to have you on board. It's always cool to have you here. Free Chew says the show lasts until Julie's hungry for pizza. Darren Rogers, sometimes I'm hungry before that because sometimes you guys start talking about food and I start to get hungry way before the pizza time has arrived. So it all depends. Darren Rogers, so nice to have you here from Long Island, New York. 0 says he started in 1988. The H1AO is 1977. Blogger Die says popping the top on some very pedestrian A&W diet root beer. That's perfect. That's perfect. It is actually good. I had A&W diet root beer a couple of months back, and I thought for a diet cola it wasn't bad at all. Because I have a hard time with diet cola. It always tastes bizarre. Atari 6200 says, seems like later at night the signal gets a little better on my XH Data 808. I've been really enjoying the programming. There's still stations to listen to. WRMI is interesting for variety. Yeah, they have a lot of relays of different stations, which is very, very nice. Mike WX50, 78 or 79 for me. London 19657 says, add vodka. I'm not a doctor. Brian Leesner, nice to have you here. Thank you for the donation from Philadelphia. Mr. J Spring, nice to have you on board from Milton, Florida, where is it broadcasting now? I was on by the way, receiving the Morse code single channel Morse code letter D from the Russian Navy on 16330.7. I'm wondering, 15555. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not very strong, but it's there. So 15555 W. What's the station? W. Let me find the station again. Let me find that station again. 15555. I forgot their call sign. W. WWJHR and upper sideband. Still kind of a little surprised and wonder who actually does listen to that station in single sideband. But anyways, Gabriel, thank you so much for your donation through PayPal, by the way. Much appreciated. And so yeah, it's not very strong though. It's usually stronger than that here. But it's not super strong. The propagation doesn't seem to be too bad. We had a radiation storm, S1 level radiation storm. That's protons coming from the sun. There's a very long duration coronal mass ejection yesterday on the sun, and it actually sent a lot of protons towards the Earth. And what happens is that they funnel through the poles. And when that happens, usually all shortwave signals that go through the north or the south pole to propagate actually are attenuated a lot. So it's but it seems to be kind of nice now because it definitely is. Um, I was getting that single letter. It was a little wobbly maybe, but and K index is at 1, so I think propagation shouldn't be too bad today. Basically. Okay, where was I? So we have WJHR from Milton, Florida, an upper sideband, 15555. We have DJ Craze that says, I still have my DX400 from back then. Gino, nice to have you here from Kentucky. Testing for a general on the 8th. I'm very worried and nervous. Don't be. Don't be. It's just an amateur radio test. If it doesn't go, you can take it again and again. Just take it easy, and you'll be fine. Jet NG, what is the latest the expedition? So I went to Berry Island a couple of weeks back. I'm looking at not too hot weather to go back to maybe Perry Island. I might be going to the East Park, which is the Promenade Belle Rive, which is nice because there's the it's where the St. Lawrence Seaways and the Port of Montreal are very close. So that brings me a lot of boats, and there's a lot of marine communications going on between the boats and the Port of Montreal on VHF. So I like to bring the scanner radio with me and just tune around the different marine frequencies, the marine channels. There's always something interesting there. Last year when I went there, there was a boat that was actually the motor stopped and they couldn't start it, and the boat was just drifting. And it was a lot of fun to listen to the communications from the Port of Montreal, the Canadian Coast Guard, and the boats that were sending out to help that boat that was just basically drifting away. So I might be going in that park for this time. It's a fun park to be. Lots of nice places to sit down and picnic tables, and you can easily go down next to the waterfront, which is I find a lot of people careless when I go there, though. There's a couple of places where you can actually go down near the St. Lawrence River shore. And it's written everywhere that you should not go into the water and that you should not walk on the shore without wearing shoes because the soil is contaminated. Because that area had a lot of oil refineries back in the day. There are still some today, but it's not like it was in the 70s or 80s. The thing is that all of those refineries, even the ones that left, they just left their shit there. So the soil in many places is full of, all sorts of chemicals. And actually, there are places where when you go near the shore, you actually can smell that it ain't right. Last year, there was this woman with like 3 kids and a dog, and they were like, just walking around, barefoot, going in the water. And I was like, man, it says there's a huge sign that says don't go in the water, don't walk barefoot because it's contaminated. And still, you're like, can you read? I don't know. I was a little baffled by that. It's like, come on, and especially for the kids. I mean, I don't know. People sometimes I think are really dumb. So that I'm waiting for a day because I hate going to these places when it's like really hot. I like it when it's cooler, so I'm waiting for like the perfect day, perfect temperature, and perfect weather where I know I will not encounter a surprise thunderstorm or a surprise shower. So within the next couple of weeks, I'm going to go to probably to that park. Um, London 19657 says the radio was never off when I was a kid. Grew up listening to Motown in the 60s. Born a poor child. You know, oh, drop frames. You guys might have some drop frames. Something's not right here. And let's hope that, what does it say here? Okay, I think it's back. Is it? Nope. Here we go. There we go. 10,000. There's something happening, guys. So you might see. Let's hope that it gets better, because I see drop frames right now. So if you see that I'm freezing, there's something happening, and it's not at my end. My connection seems to be fine. It seems to be YouTube. I'm going to do a little test here just to see where I am. Thank you, Miguel, for the donation. Much appreciated, by the way. So I'm just going to do a little speed test and see if my problem is here. That's going to tell me immediately. And so my upload speed is perfect. I'm getting my gigabit per second upload, so download and upload is fine. So it's not on my end. On my end, the connection is rock solid. So if there's some missing frames and stuff, it really seems to be up and down right now. Let's hope that it's going to be okay. If it doesn't work well, we're gonna maybe I'll start a second stream or something. So we have DJ claim my account is hacked. Okay. And that's the biggest problem with Facebook too, is that when you have problems with an account, oh, this is not working here. If you have problems with an account, it's almost impossible to get it back. Mr. J Spring, thank you so much for your donation. Much appreciated. Really much appreciated. Jet NG, which pirates in the 6900 range on right now? Right now, there's really nothing much because it's a little early for pirates. If I look at the HF Underground, there's nothing listed. There's one unID'd AM, but that's all. It's a little early for pirates right now. We should get them a little later on. This is weird what's happening with my stream. Hope that it stabilizes and comes back to normal at some point. Now it's back to up to normal, so let's hope that it stays like that. Because there's a lot of drop frames. You guys might have missed even stuff that I was talking about. Brian Leesner, today, same theme for me. 2 SDRs connected to my laptop and the RS PDX and AirSpy HF Plus. Joseph, nice to have you on board from San Francisco Bay, California. Rick Myers, KO40SA, nice to have you on board. Cheers 000, Jet NG, what beers do you drink? So right now it's mostly dry. London, Brian Leesner says, I like the dry beers, refreshing. Yep. London 19657 says, great crowd in here as always. Cheers. DJ Craze, I monitor the HF Underground Discord. When some time comes up, it it passes it down. Yep. Stormy Kurtz, nice to have you on board from hot and dry Eastern Washington. And things just seem to be normal now. So I guess the YouTube had some temporary glitch. Jet NG like Twisted Tea and Modelo among many alcoholic beverages, including vodka and whiskey. Jet NG says, I want you to try our White Claw Hard Seltzer. And I'll have to check where to get one. VT Radio, nice to have you here. Paul AA1SU from Northern Vermont. And says, already had my nap, so I'll be here till dinner. Pretty cool. Pizza night. Rick Meyer says, cloudy, warm, east central Florida. Jasmine, nice to have you on board. You will be happy to know that this week I will dive into all that mesh stuff that you're talking about. Ricky, that is in Calgary and that is often in the chat here, is in Montreal, and we're meeting up on Monday, and he has something for me so that I can start with all of this mesh stuff. So you're gonna be happy to know that I'll be joining. He says that he's been monitoring around here in Montreal. Says there's a lot of activity. MDK2, Matt, nice to have you on board. Today marks 150 years of statehood for Colorado, and as such, I'm going to the Rockies-Royals game because they're doing a celebratory drone show afterwards. Oh, that must be nice to see. I'd like that. You know what? Here we have the international fireworks, and I see all the smoke that it does, and I'm like, why don't you change that into a drone show? That'd be cool. Blogadai says the PL990 is a Class C radio. So indeed, it is a very beautiful radio. It's one of the radios I often have with me when I want to listen. Has beautiful sound too. What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? Let's go continue here. Jasmine just put a Detroit pizza in the oven. Everybody's talking pizza. No wonder why I get hungry early. What else do we have? Old radios. Nice to have you on board. I think WX50 likes a diode version of A and W. All right. Brian Leesner, can you get Stewart's root beer? Everyone. I don't know. I've never seen that brand here in Canada, at least. Michael, nice to have you on board. John Beckham, nice to have you on board, says WRMI really adds to the overall listening quality of the shortwave bands. Definitely, if we didn't have WRMI today to give us all of these relays of stations, I can tell you that we would, in North America, we would not have a lot to listen to in the evening. Let me go back up. Okay. There we go. We have, yeah, WJHR. That's a licensed station, JetNG. WJHR is an officially licensed broadcaster. It is religious programming, kind of preaching like 15555 upper sideband. And I gotta tell you, it's I just wonder who actually listens to that, except us that knows where it is and we check for it from time to time. So Brian Leesner says expect decent propagation today. For you to choose, I was wondering if RAC, Reiki, and their member clubs could take over and rebuild Environment Canada's weather radio network with proper authorization from Environment Canada and the ISED. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. If first of all, it's really difficult to get. It's more and more difficult to get amateur radio activity going, with all sorts of uh, of projects, and so I don't know. It could be. I think it could be an interesting. It's an interesting idea. That's for sure. Jet NG, when is the next CQW Worldwide DX SSB contest? That is in the CQ Worldwide SSB DX contest is in. So the one that's coming up will be October 24th, 25th for a single sideband version. So that's still a little way off, although we are August already. August 1st today. More than a month past the solstice. So kind of interesting. So October 24th, 25th, CQ Worldwide contest. That is always that's always fun. I will be participating on that one probably again. I do like to participate on that one. Last year I was a little sad because I didn't really get that many contacts. It wasn't a great year for me. It was the year before was way better. But yeah, that's coming up in October. So one of the fun contests that I like to participate. Mr. Chase Spring says Milton is known for having the most churches per capita and is also known for having a shortwave station. It's an interesting community. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing now, the WJHR. Joseph says, yeah, I'm listening to the marine channels all the time. San Francisco is very busy. This is extremely fun. I get to hear whale reports, for example, all the time on my scanner. Yeah, when you have anything in the marine band, the VHF marine band, close to you, it always is worth listening and tuning in. Mike WX50, I have some Mexican Coca-Cola that has the sugar instead of high fructose syrup. Going to try it with some rum. Yeah, a little rum and Coke there. I rarely have a Coca-Cola. I probably drink one or two of them per year. Kevin, nice to have you on board from the Gulf Coast of Florida. John Beckham, I personally think that the Radio Prague relay on WRMI is first class. We need a few more European city relays like Radio Prague. Yeah, and I was surprised to learn that all of these relays are free. Radio Prague is not paying for the relay. So does Radio Slovakia. And a lot of the other, World Radio Network shows. So it's kind of. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board from hot South Texas. So, yep, there's a lot of buffering, but now it's back. So, Richard Califano, nice to have you on board from Albany, New York. Could you give some frequencies for aircraft out there? It's going to start again buffering just as we said it. Just as we said it. There's something happening with YouTube this today. Yeah, it's getting back up to normal. But we had some drop frames here a little. This is weird. So yeah, the best for that, I will actually share more frequencies HF. So here's the this is the best if you want to have frequencies for air traffic control over the Atlantic and Pacific and different oceans. This is a very complete list, and here it is, the more list. This is definitely a good list of frequencies, so you can check out what's closest to you. You know, Atlantic Ocean, depending on where you are. You choose the air traffic control stations. Gabriel says agents from St. Petersburg are freezing the show. That's what's happening. Joseph did not know Coca-Cola switched from corn syrup to corn syrup starting around 1980. Yeah. JetNG, what is your internet provider? Mine is here in Montreal. I have a internet provider that is a Quebec company called Videotron. It's a good provider. Mike WX50 says Summingbirds are checking is MLA 30. Maybe they want to have some shortwave listening. Keegan DXer, nice to have you on board. Pretty cool to see you from Northwest Arkansas. Old radios. I didn't get a super radio this week either. Yeah, the real good ones are probably more difficult to find, and especially to find at a decent price. Jet NG, the Super Radio 3 has received 1260 WBIX in Boston during the winter in New York City. Joseph, because programming a drone doesn't, whoops. I just lost my, okay, here we go. Drone doesn't really seem like the same exciting skill as working directly with exploding things. It's definitely different using exploding things, that's for sure. Jasmine says, no more food talk if you want a long stream. Yeah, marinas, all sorts of things. Kevin says, is that telescopic antenna on your desk with the green tip attached to your Conicom radio? Are they still in business? Yeah, this is I got two here, two GP7 SSB. And so, yes, these are there. Let me just check Countycom. So they are in business, but I think that they often have a hard time getting a radio. They tend to have batches of radios that come in, and then there are a while where they're let me just see here if I search for a radio, search for a product on our site, radio. If I look, yeah, it's there. They seem to still have it. Countycom GP7 SSB general purpose radio. $124.95 on their website. So That is nice. They have the exoskeletons. Yep, they still have it all. If you want to check it out, here's the radio side of things. They have some kind of neat stuff. When they sent me the radios, they sent me flashlights and all sorts of little gizmos last time, and it was really, really fun. Their flashlights are really cool, and they have all sorts of little neat little gadgets on their website. Jet NG still has his Super Radio 3 in his closet. You know what? I should take mine out because right now it's full of dust. It's actually changed color from dust. It's right there in front of me, and I should, you know, tune around and play with it a little and make some videos of my Super Radio 3. I've not turned it on in more than a year, if not two. Scott Scott D. Hartman, nice to have you on board from Ohio, KE8UQL. Toast and love, nice to have you here from Alabama. Yeah, that 15555 is stronger now. He was a little weak earlier, but seems to be getting some good audio. Yeah, with that screaming preacher guy. It's a screaming preacher guy. Jet NG, the only Florida catch that I had was WWCN on 99.3 FM. And the Chrysler SUV in New York, in Brooklyn. Kevin says, I'm too close to WRMI. Shortwave is a challenge without it. Thinking about that internet radio to catch some of the shows I'm missing. Yeah, that's the problem. In your area, you're definitely close to WRMI, so it's difficult to get anything. It skips over you. So, okay. Mr. J. Spring says, as I understand it, 515555 is funded by the estate of a deceased person who was very into the Southern Baptist Church. He was very wealthy, and the station will probably be broadcasting forever. So that's interesting. I wonder if that guy could have been a ham or anything that, pushed him into having a station like that. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. Kevin Michael, nice to have you here. And listen to the VHF Marine Band. Pretty cool. Toslov is hearing 15555. So it seems that the drop frames from time to time happen. It's YouTube acting up. Something on YouTube's part. Because I did a couple of speed tests, and man, my speed is top speed. So it can be from here. Can be from here, and I doubt it's the computer. Computer is not overwhelmed by what I'm doing. Kevin Michael says 156.8. U.S. Coast Guard stating a military ops off of Wahoo at 10 a.m. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Spell 5011. Been using my new D1808. Initially couldn't tell a difference, but it really does make things more listenable in many instances. Adding an external speaker helps a lot, and probably a long wire antenna. Yeah, adding an external antenna is often a very good thing to improve the reception. One of the biggest problems with these radios is the radios are great, but we live in such a high noise society that, you turn on that radio inside your home and it's overwhelmed with just noise. By the way, my infrared antenna is back up. I put it back up yesterday, and not yesterday, Thursday. I put it back up Thursday, and pretty much the same thing. I didn't change anything after looking at it. Just put it up and set it up the same way it was. Skidology, nice to have you on board from Southern Ontario, Canada. I'm going to have to use a web SDR because I'm not home. So that's good. Well, at least you can listen in to some stuff. Tough enough and listen to VHF Marine sometimes. We have some dams and locks here in North Alabama. What else do we have? Let's go down here. Catching up. Okay. Okay. Craig Martinetti, nope, no civic holiday here in Quebec. I think it's just the rest of Canada that has that civic holiday. Justin G, okay. Brian Leeser, yeah, today WRMI could be mistaken for a local station. Radical Squadron, nice to have you here, giving us news about Voyager 2. Justin G, are you freezing? No? Jasmine says, by the way, just did a 400-kilometer test of two 1-watt 27 megahertz mesh nodes. Wow, that is cool. So I'll be joining all of that stuff with what Ricky is going to give me on Monday. It's going to be kind of fun to check it out and be a little more into it, and probably also by checking it out, knowing a little more about what it's all about. So in 7 minutes, we're going to have a number station, and the frequencies have changed this week. By the way, guys, the frequency this week is 12189 for the first one. So 12189 CW or 12188 upper sideband. So we're going to try that. It's interesting. I don't know if the lower frequency is going to work for us this time. 12189. So we'll see what happens with that. 12189 CW, and that's in 6 minutes from now, 21 hours UTC. Sorry. Kev Michaels says, is TV&C still on the air in Canada? Used to get that on C-band. I have no idea. I have no idea. Brian Leesner, County Commons, really cool accessories for the PL368. Chris F, nice to have you on board from Preston, UK. New to radio, but enjoying my PL680, thanks to you. Cool. Nice radio. It's a really nice little radio. The H1AO, yesterday I made some contacts to northern Spain with 2 watts on 20 meters. 1,700 kilometer, roughly 1,050 miles. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool when you use really low power and you like go really far. It's just amazing. The bands were amazing on yesterday. I did a little bit of amateur radio on 20 meters and 10 and 30 meters at around 04 UTC, and I made 4 contacts with Australia in like 10 minutes, and I was like, wow, Australia is like real good. It was really, really nice. Brian Leesner, if you're a little adventurous, buy the stainless steel replacement antenna. Now, that's what I call a military spec. Yeah, it is definitely different than the original Texan antenna. That's for sure. Keegan, okay. Chicopee Radio, nice to have you on board. And by the way, guys, if you like what I do, don't forget donations are welcome through the super chat here, and also the pizza fund through PayPal, and cat treats for Paul through PayPal. You guys have been coming through a lot, and it's really, really helpful. You have no idea how this has been helping me and keeping this alive. So any amount helps. Don't forget, it doesn't matter how much you give. The important thing is that people give a little something. And of course, we're going to uh, we're going to I forgot what I was about to say. Anyways, it's been very, very helpful. And thanks for all your donations. By the way, by the end of the month, probably the last Saturday, I will be giving away two more CIDX Messenger, um, CIDX Club memberships that include the Messenger, the Zoom meetings, and all. So to everybody that has donated since the last time I did a uh, a drawing, so that will be the last Saturday of this month. So thank you so much for your donations, guys. It is much appreciated. I think I just heard tones. If I'm not, I think I just heard tones. So Chicopee Radio, I gotta look up the EEE radio. Never heard of that one. What's the EEE radio? Darren Rogers, if you don't charge a 18650 battery for a long time, oh wow, it's gonna be real strong. I just heard the two tones now. It's gonna be very strong on 12189 in 2 minutes. So for 6 months or more, will it take a charge or has a lot of resistance to charge it? No, it will take a charge without any problems. These are lithium ion batteries. They don't have any effects, even if you leave them in a drawer for 2 years and then you're going to charge them again. They just charge up. They have no problem, so it's not an issue. It's not an issue. The recommendations for lithium ion is mostly that if you're going to store one away or store some batteries away, it's better to have them charged to about 75% of their capacity. And but if with time they discharge like a lot of batteries, and even if they have no charge, they will work fine. Kev Michael, if you CBC North by the internet with Sports for Wild Canada, have QSL card. Wow, 1995 from Yellowknife. No, it's not a pirate free to choose. It's an official licensed U.S. Station in Milton, Florida. Why does he broadcast in upper sideband? Short answer would be somebody was technical and knew that it would broadcast that signal, make it easier to hear far away than if they use an AM mode because they're not very powerful. Here we go. It is very strong. Very strong on 12189. I'm running 2 instances of SDR++ with both SDRs plugged in. VA3JPX, nice to have you on board. Kevin Michael, CPBS Beijing channel 7310 right now on the satellite 800. JetNG says, I could only imagine of the ICOM ICR 8695, JVC 3060, CX 500 million DSP2. Chicopee Radio got Oklahoma, Texas, Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, Arizona, Alabama, Kansas, Missouri. That's a lot of. Yeah, it's going to be fun, Jasmine. I can't wait to check that out. Craig Martinetti. Yeah, that's I know, and that's why also we're meeting up with Rick and Ricky in Calgary. Here in Montreal, it's the same thing in Alberta. It's civic holiday. VT Radio, thank you so much for your support and your donation, and much appreciated. Really, really is a good appreciation. Thank you so much. Have you noticed, guys? There's no messages. We talked about it last week. There were no messages on any of their transmissions, and we were starting to wonder if the Ukraine hits within the Russian territory, if it could have done something to their kind of, secret message, spy message sending. Because it is weird. They two weeks in a row. I haven't listened this week during the week, but it's 2 weeks in a row that you hear the header when it starts, but there are no messages. That is very, very strange. So I wonder if the Ukrainian military hits has maybe damaged something. Maybe some communication system. Kev Michael, you got contacts from Australia. Very cool. Yep, it was a lot of fun. So, well, if the stream is frozen, JetNG, it's on your end because everything on the stream everything here is fine. It froze just for a couple of minutes earlier. So you have to probably refresh your browser. Chicopee Radio, I totally understand. It's not everybody that can donate, and that is that is not. I know not everybody can actually give anything. It's life. Yeah, I'll send you the my address by email, Craig. You can also find it if you just go into QRZ.com and type my my amateur radio call sign. It's there also. You can check it out there, but I'll send you an email. What else do we have? Paul Stringer, nice to have you on board from St. Catharines, Ontario. VE3105SWL. Sheila, nice to have you on board from Belleville, Ontario. So what else? Okay, I got it here. So Tosenlof heard it pretty strong in Vermont. We have Brian Leisner here, 12189. And Skidology, signal coming in decent here using the London, Ontario SDR. Cosmic Lettuce, nice to have you on board from southeastern Arizona. Another day in paradise. Wood Turner, nice to have you on board. Says 12189 coming in clear, southwest Pennsylvania. Kev Michael getting 12189 right now. DJ Craze 7200 was called 10 minutes ago. Not are getting into each other. J Projects, nice to have you here. So Mr. J Spring says, yeah, clear on CW and Milton on the Air Spy. Old Radio says I had to remove a wasp nest from my bedroom. Youch. Yeah, you don't want to have that too close to you. I suspect there's one in my shed in my backyard because I see wasps coming in and out with one little spot in the corner. So I'm like, okay, they're building something. So I'm going to check it out to try to do something about it. Art Dodd, nice to have you on board from New Jersey, K280C. Tosenlow season over their eyes and radar below. Brian Leisner, Air Spy is beating the RSPDX. Yeah, I don't know. Here the RSPDX and the Air Spy, when I compared them on shortwave with multiple signals, I really have seen absolutely no difference on shortwave, personally. What else do we have? John Beckham, 12189 coming in weak around Northeast Florida. Chicopee Radio joined on the local Kiwis DR, right, they're gone. RJ Dakota, didn't hear that 12189 this time. Free to choose, they're too busy attacking Ukraine. Yeah, the last time we had messages that were long were 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, and the weeks before, some of them were really long. And so it's really, really weird that there's no messages now. 2 weeks in a row. It's going to be interesting to see if there's anything on the weekdays. Maybe on the weekdays. What else do we have? Mr. J Spring 12189 was clear on CW, but Zilch now, yep, they have really, really short messages. Well, they don't have any messages actually. You're sending out just the header. What we hear what we just listened to is kind of the header with identification, but no messages. The next one is in 10 minutes. And we're going to try that one, 13475. So 10 minutes, 13475 CW, 13474 upper sidebands, and that is going to be at 2120. So 13475. My guess is that it should be coming in quite strong in 10 minutes, but they don't have any messages. Old radios. I bought some ribbon and fun balls from my IBM Selectric. The super radio has been put aside again. Chicopee Radio, wonder how the buzzer is doing after all these intestine wars Russia has been having. From what I've checked last, the the buzzer was going on strong without any. The only thing that, when you listen to a Kiwi SDR in Europe, the only thing is some some people interfering with it, playing music, doing all sorts of things. So, Bob Rouse, the YouTube freezing intermittently is the YouTube ad server trying to serve an ad. I have had the freezing and then to ad campaign pop up. So, yeah, there must have some kind of issue, I guess. Right now it's stable and it's okay, but we had, I see here, I have statistics here. I see that. So we've been on for an hour and 10 minutes, and I've got 9,000 dropped frames, but they all dropped in like a couple of minutes each, and now it's perfect. Right now I'm connected without any issue. Tosanov, there's a weak carry on 12189. Red Woolly, no joy, lots of noise. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Spy is on holiday. Jet NG, Satellite HE was a complete flop. Yeah. I'm drinking Diet Coke and Clamato juice today. Craig Martinetti says. Bluegrass Dan, nice to have you here. My friend worked EP5 JTS in Iran from California last week. 17 meters, almost unbelievable. I got that station on 20 meters about a month and a half ago. It was very, very strong signal. DJ Craze waterfall art on UVB 76 is interesting. Yeah, there's all sorts of weird things happening. Weird things happening. There's a white band over the horizon radar. Yeah, I see it there. Well, actually no. All I see is the radio Mark T signals on 15. There's something next to it that's moving up and down though. Cosmic Lettuce, do any modern SDRs have the ability to monitor multiple frequencies or bands? Actually, what you could do in an SDR, if you have a powerful enough computer, you can actually have it record a full spectrum. Like you can have, you take 10 megahertz of spectrum and have it record everything that it's listening to around that 10 megahertz. Then you can go back and listen to what it recorded. And there are several pieces of software that let you run more than one instance of the SDR software so that you can listen to multiple different frequencies at the same time. Like SDR Connect with my SDR Play device lets you open windows with where you can actually listen to different frequencies. So you have 3 or 4, 5, 6 frequencies you listen to simultaneously. Kevin Michael says, I am sure all Russian I get is from Siberia. Yeah, well, 12189 is from is broadcast from St. Petersburg, so the eastern part of Russia you got there. But you probably get a lot of the Asiatic Russian 70. Don Royal, nice to have you on board from Sun City, Arizona. What Turner saying is drinking Diet A&W root beer. Pretty cool. A little shot of Rebel root beer whiskey. Old radios, it took me 2 weeks to figure out how to make exclamation points on my manual typewriter. Kevin Michael, is there any new radios that can get digital TV audio and cell phone audio? Well, cell phone is impossible because it is it is encrypted, and it does have it's impossible without the proper key to actually get what they are doing. As for audio on HD digital TV, it would be a possibility to do so, but I guess maybe there's no interest in doing that anymore. But there would be a possibility to hear the audio of receiving audio, having a radio that gets you the audio of a HD station. Interesting. I'm getting an error message that says YouTube is not getting the stream, yet my stream numbers are good. That is weird. Really something weird happening with YouTube today. J Projects, yep, SDR can scan a bank or range super fast or monitor multiple frequencies and its bandwidth. Yeah, it reminds me of good old days of making reception reports on Shortwave. So this week, guys, the first week of August, is 44 years since I've started to listen to Shortwave officially. Because, yes, it's more than that for Shortwave monitoring, or because I just didn't know what SW was, because there was a multi-band radio my father had, and we had a so I kind of had some Shortwave before, so probably closer to 47, 48 years of listening. But I didn't listen to Shortwave back then. I didn't know what it was, and the radio probably wasn't that great because I couldn't hear much with it. So I pretty much really didn't officially listen to Shortwave and know what Shortwave was before the DX100, the realistic DX100, the first week of August 1982. So that started the whole thing, and is the main reason why I'm here. Here we go. Pretty strong. So back then there were probably a lot of those, but I had no idea, and I didn't listen to a number of stations until very, very late. But yeah, 44 years of listening, and it's like, wow. It's I still have a lot of fond memories of that month of August 1982 when that radio just worked all day. I think I would turn it on in the morning when I woke up and turn it off before going to bed. That's pretty much what I did with it during the month of August of that year. And thanks to the manual, even though very simple, the manual of the radio, it explained clearly, just to the point, what the radio does, what I can hear, what frequency ranges to tune for each of the different things I want to try, and I just had a lot of fun. I didn't know that the DX100 was such a crappy radio back then, but you know, there were so many stations that even if the radio was crappy, you'd get tons of radio stations anyways. So for me, it was a great radio, and I could hear all the shortwave broadcasts. I still remember the first night that I turned it on and tuned around, and man, I was so amazed, so amazed. Kevin Michael, nope, I don't have a decoder with a satellite dish. There's actually an unused satellite dish on the roof here. But no, there's no, I don't have a decoder or anything. 13475 is multiple corridor streams currently out here in Alberta. So VE6JY, nice to have you on board, Don. So yeah, it's possible because that's one frequency range where there's a lot of Kodar happening. It's interesting. I don't have any whoosh going on. Just wow, look at these spikes of interference suddenly. Youch! Can you guys see that? Something just turned on here somewhere, and I suspect it's the next door neighbor. So once again, a intro, the header, all the information for the spy, but no message. Once again, so this is the second week in a row that we have absolutely no messages coming out of the M12 spy number station out of Russia. So this is very intriguing. I really would like to know what because it never happened. I never had in years of listening to it. I never had on their main, because you know they always have 3 transmissions. They have the main transmission, there's another one, a second one, and then there's a third one, but the third one is optional. That one can be empty. But the 2 first ones, I never in years of listening had those empty. So really, it is to wonder if, you know, did Ukraine blow up something that now they can't send messages? That would be kind of interesting. So so yeah, 44 years of listening to shortwave radio thanks to the DX100. Now I'll be buffering again because I see that now it's starting again. Really weird what's happening with YouTube today. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna wait for it to stabilize a little bit. Here it's stabilizing again. All right, so I wish I had the knowledge of what was out there back in the day that I have today, because I missed out on a lot of stuff, especially when I started getting a slightly better radio, the DX302, which was better than the 100. And with the digital display, it was kind of nice because it was neat to tune around. I wish I knew more, honestly, because I missed out on a lot of stuff back in the day, unfortunately. So that was the start. And I mean, anyways, I was just so blown away by everything that I was listening to. And then there's that little part where they start saying, well, you can write to these radio stations and get QSL cards and everything. And that was my next step. After about a month and a half of listening, I got some envelopes, bought some stamps, and started writing reception reports to all the stations I was listening to. Some would give out their address so you could, I would just copy it down. Some you didn't know. And I remember when I just couldn't find anything, hear anything, all I would do is like, it's like writing Radio Moscow. You technically just could put Radio Moscow, Moscow, Russia on an envelope. It would go and it would reach destination. You didn't have to be very fancy in your address. So, when I didn't get any info, I was like, okay, Radio Romania, Bucharest, Romania. And, you know, most of the time it would actually work. And you would get, letters back. But it's when sending them was kind of, that was kind of cool. It was like, well, I just send stuff. And then you're waiting. The waiting game is like, when will I receive my first reply? And my first ever station that I received a reply, I still remember it very well. It was WYFR that was transmitting through the Okeechobee transmitter site that WRMI is using now. There was a QSL card, there was a program schedule, and some religious information and pamphlets. So that was my first ever, and I mean, I was just like so amazed to see that I got a QSL card, my first QSL card, and get a letter in the mail coming from far away. And the next days after that, well, wow, it's like I had sent maybe, you know, 20, 30 reception reports. In the weeks ahead, I started getting the replies of all of those that were, in Europe, and getting replies from, Radio Norway, and then getting a reply to the one that was so amazing for me because of the first time that I had seen that, when I got Voice of Korea or Radio Korea, because back in '82, KBS World Radio was Radio Korea. And there was no mix up because North Korea was Radio Pyongyang. But when North Korea changed to Voice of Korea, that's when Radio Korea changed to KBS World Radio. And so when I got that letter from Korea, and nice big envelope, and there was these little round things with the little the little cord that you just have to unwind so that you can open the envelope. I was like, oh, this is fascinating. I've never seen an envelope like this. And the QSL card in it, program schedules, all sorts of little things I think I had even like a sticker. That was just so cool. Maybe a keyring. I think I remember there was a keyring in the envelope also. I mean, wow. This was blowing me away. It was like this. I am hooked not only to radio listening, I am hooked in having correspondence from all over the world in my mailbox, basically. So, wow, that was such an amazing moment. Especially for a 13-year-old kid. I mean, you're 13-year-old, you're discovering the world. And you're discovering that fascinating part of the hobby of not just listening to stations from around the world, but getting correspondence from these stations. I'll still remember the first time ever I got an envelope. Darn YouTube today is really annoying me. Getting an envelope with Radio Moscow. Boy, that was so amazing. Tostinov, no, Kodar are on several bands on like fixed frequencies. They don't move around those. They stay put at the frequency ranges where they are. The only thing is sometimes they have a new range that they will add with new Kodar radars on them. Scott George, nice to have you here. Thank you so much. I'm going to all these. We'll wait for the stability of the network to come back. 14643 is the next. $14,643 is the next. I'm going to put it in the chat. So in 8 minutes from now, we should have that new frequency, and we'll see if there are probably not going to be any messages. Sorry guys about the drop stream, but there's nothing I can do about it. It's definitely YouTube that has some kind of issue right now. Spell 5011, do you see shortwave as dying or maybe just in transition state from what it was to more of a people/culture based medium, like an alternative to whatever the internet is becoming? I think there's a reorganization of what shortwave is used for. I think there will always be, in 100 years from now, there will be some broadcasts on shortwave. But they might be specialized to specific things, like broadcast to countries that in that time frame will not be able, like, governments will have cut off the internet or, do things like that, because it's an easy medium that doesn't require much. It requires you could have a very inexpensive radio lying around and still be able to tune to some broadcasts and stuff. Its purpose changed, and it's changed a lot since the Cold War has ended. It seems like a lot of the countries suddenly didn't realize that, why are we broadcasting to other countries? Which is sad, because it definitely gave us, news about what's happening in their countries, their cultures. You knew what was happening in their own country, things that we don't hear on our own news here, the news outlets. So it's kind of sad. I think a lot of the broadcasts they didn't understand that by getting out of shortwave, you're also people won't have any news of what's happening anymore. What was nice is that you could tune and hear those stations. Somebody was telling me, well, if I want to know what's happening in Norway, I can just go and type, Norway news, and I'm going to get some news on the internet. But I said, yeah, but the difference is that you by yourself will do that. But in reality, back then, you didn't have to do that. You were just tuning around and you stumbled upon Radio Norway, and you could listen to what they had to say. So FYTR says, according to Down Detector, YouTube is experiencing issues. So there you go. It's a problem that YouTube's having today, unfortunately. It had to happen during the live show, of course. It can't happen before or after the live show. Mike WX50 can celebrate 47 years of shortwave listening from 79. Ryan Leisner, 13475, very strong. Paul Stringer, 54 years for me. Wow. Keegan DXer, happy shortwave anniversary, thank you. Mr. J. Spring, my father gifted me with a General Electric P990A in 1967 for Christmas. Wow. Craig Martinetti, congratulations. Spell 5011, I'm not hearing the tones on 13475 in Nova Scotia, but I'm hearing static bursts in place of it, just off the whip. FYR says Mrs. Radio Netherlands. Yeah, and they had so much um, stuff that you could actually get. Radio Netherlands had these little booklets on, reviews of radios and all sorts of little pamphlets on shortwave reception, antennas, and stuff. It was really cool. Mr. J. Spring, 13475, clear on CW in Milton, Florida. Kevin Michael started DXing over 50 years ago. First. Let me just find where I was. With TV in California and on the radio and medium wave across the USA and Mexican and Latin America stations. So pretty cool. Craig Martinetti misses Radio Netherlands too. Craig Martinetti especially miss HCJB, the voice of the Andes. I mean, that one's a big powerhouse station. HCJB was definitely Brian Isner just buffered. Yeah, I know it when it happens. I see my drop frames there. I see that my output goes down and that there's tons of drop frames. So I know when it happens. DH1AO, while camping in Croatia in 77, there was a grounding satellite 1400 in the neighbor's tent, and that got me hooked since then. Cosmic Lettuce, how much of a spy network is it if everyone knows where and when to listen to the messages? Well, the thing is, it doesn't really matter, honestly, Cosmic Lettuce, because the messages are encrypted and are one-time pad message. That means if there would be a message now, you need that pad to understand what the message says, because the next transmission, it requires a different key to decrypt the message. So by the time anyone would have that message decrypted, it's too late. The message isn't useful anymore. So that's why giving out, making out a known schedule is not a problem, basically. But not all of them are like that. I've come across over the years, and you know what? I should, when I have some time, I should do what I regularly did and for many years. Very slowly tune around all the frequency range of shortwave. I came across number stations that weren't listed anywhere, and that I had jotted down. Okay, I heard it on a Tuesday at 21:30 UTC on that frequency. So I thought, is it every day? Is it every week? I would tune around that frequency again and again and again, and never hear it again. So that is, there are some random ones that don't have a fixed schedule. So the spy or whoever's receiving the message knows when it's going to be broadcast, but there's no so 14643 is, I'm not hearing anything. I hear kind of something weird in the background, but don't seem to have anything here. Don't know if they must be pretty confident no one can decode it, or do you want them to? Yeah, but in this case, I think it's more of a, they know that it's, the time it's going to take for anybody to, that could change in the near future, though. With AI, A powerful AI can, possibly decipher these messages way faster, fast enough that they could actually be decoded and still be useful as secret messages. Like WX50, getting my first QSLs in the mail was so cool. I think my first was Radio Netherlands. Mr. J. Spring wrote to Radio Moscow. He mailed some books about communism to me. My dad was upset about that. The Wind, NE8RH. Nice to have you on board from Seneca County, New York. John Beckham, always enjoyed sending out reception reports to various shortwave broadcasters in order to receive a QSL card. Kev Michael, WYFR, Family Radio. Yep. There is one thing that I would listen to from WYFR. I liked their, it was like a upbeat, joyful mailbag show they had on Sunday. So it lasted like 15 or 20 minutes. And it was a lot of fun. And actually, it's the first ever. WYFR is the first ever mailbag show I've ever listened to. And I liked that because I had no one. I knew no one that was doing the same thing that I was doing. I knew absolutely no one that was listening to shortwave radio. So when I got to my first mailbag show on WYFR, I found it cool because now I knew there were other people around the world tuning in. And that was kind of fun. I wasn't alone anymore. So it was really a lot of fun to know that. And then I went around and searching for more mailbag shows from different shortwave stations. And of course, there was the musical mailbag on HCJB. And then there were DX shows, listening to things like the DX Party Line and so on. But yeah, definitely. One of my moments where I was just so surprised and amazed is when I had sent in a question to be answered on Radio Moscow. And I still remember my question was, how many Canadian citizens visit the USSR every year? And I had received, because they would do that, anybody that sent a question that was going to be answered on the air, they would send you a letter letting you know all the dates and times and frequencies that they're going to be using to answer your question. So I was like, oh wow, this is so cool. You know in advance when you're going to be on the air. The first thing I will always remember is that of all the stations I written to, they were the best in pronouncing my name. My name was pronounced perfectly. I was very surprised. I was like, wow. They went on to the French department and they asked, how do you pronounce this name? Or that person spoke French and already knew about that name. So it was perfectly pronounced. And they answered my question. I still remember the answer, which surprised me back in the day, still surprises me today. Especially with the USSR being a country that was so, closed and would verify everything. Their answer was, we don't have exact numbers of how many Canadian citizens visit the USSR. And I was like, that's weird. I would think you would know the exact number of Canadian citizens that go into your reception reports every week. And after you reached a certain level of reception reports, a certain number that got in, like, it was a crazy number. Like, once you reach something like 100 reception reports, you'd automatically be part of the Radio Budapest Shortwave Club. And I still remember when I sent in my last reception reports, and about a month later, there was a tube in my mailbox, and in it was a certificate, a beautiful certificate that I was member of the Radio Budapest Shortwave Club. Man, Skinology only started getting interesting in shortwave at 20, which was back in 2024, so never got to listen to HCJB, Radio Netherlands, RCI, Radio Australia, or Moscow. Yeah, you missed out on a lot of great stations, but at the same time, um, maybe it's less of a shock, you know, for you to see the state of shortwave starting in 2024 than us have seen the you know than us that have seen all of the stations, and I sometimes go around tuning the bands and am thinking about, wow, how quiet these bands are now today compared to back in the day when there's a lot of stuff. The H1AO, my first QSL was from the United Arab Emirates. They even put some Polaroids of the team with it. Wow, that's cool. Gabriel says, for the first time, I got signal from one of the St. Petersburg station here in Montevideo at 13475. Cool, cool. They've changed the frequency, so that might actually help you even in the future for receiving them. Mike WX50, we're all probably on some sort of list for receiving mail from communist countries. Yeah, that's always what I was thinking of. At some point, it was like, is there a file in Ottawa somewhere on me? Because I received from Radio Moscow and from Romania and from Bulgaria and from Albania. Kevin Michaels, Radio Korea. I have a QSL card with the stadium on the front. There's a QSL card I have of them from with the stadium of the, I think the 1980, was it the 1988 Seoul Olympics? I have one with an enormous amount of people when the Pope John Paul II visited Seoul in South Korea. I got that too. It's interesting because some of the QSL cards depict moments in time of history. Just look at that. I still have that Shimrikyo QSL card with that cult leader that put the sarin gas attack in the Tokyo subway. You're right. You get a QSL and you're like watching the TV one day, and I'm like, are you kidding me? That group that I sent a reception report just did that? Crazy. All right, Paul. Cold pizza night. Oh, man. John Beckham, I remember getting radio literature from Rye. Kevin Michael, I have QSL card from Radio Moscow and with Moscow Theater in the front in 1988. Mike WX50 still has Rye Telly schedules from the 80s. Blogger, I remember Alex Jones, notable conspiracy theorist on WYFR back in the day before he was on TV. Yeah, he was on the radio. Absolutely. Thanks for putting the frequency in the chat. Different Gear TV, 6050, nice music. Toast and Love, I see it buffer a little once in a while, but it's not bad. Yeah, I see it when there's a yellow line that appears on my... that's maybe what I was hearing on Don V6JY. There was no Morse code, but I was hearing some kind of what sounded like a very weak signal of some kind of digital data. And so I off-tuned because it was like there's something there. And I wasn't sure, but it did sound like there was something there. So that's probably the data you're talking about. It was very weak, but still I could hear there was some. NY6, nice to have you here. Mr. Shea Spring, I remember when I was about 10 years old and listening to VOA and Special English. Oh, yeah, Special English shows. And they would talk slower. I remember the Special English shows, I remember from the 90s where I lived before here. There was a job that I had that was, one of those jobs where you get home at night, you're really tired. And I remember what I would do is I just wanted to enjoy a little bit of radio, like outside on the balcony. And what I'd do, I would bring, back then I had purchased the Grundig Yacht Boy 400, and I was tuning the different stations. And I remember one of the things I would listen to is that Special English Voice of America show where they would talk about a subject every night, and that brings me memories of living there back in the day. It was a very tough place because where I was living there, I was living next to the highway. I was like literally, the highway was literally at the end of the street, and I was halfway in that street. So when the wind would blow from the north or the west, it would push that sound wave of the highway onto the balcony. So I would literally couldn't listen to the radio outside. There was too much noise from the cars on the highway. So, which I thought was kind of a nuisance. The only time I could go and listen was when the wind was blowing from the south. It was like pushing the audio waves to the opposite side. And even though it was still noisy, it was so much more quiet that now I could listen to. So when I moved here, it was like a blessing because here I'm much further away, and here it's very quiet. But man, that Special English reminds me that I would listen to As It Happens on RCI, As It Happens, which I liked a lot. I would listen into Radio of Vlaanderen, Belgium. You guys remember that? Radio of Vlaanderen. I'd listen to their broadcast. It was kind of nice listening and, having that little moment. I would always I'd have a coffee every time it was around, 7 p.m. I'd make myself a good coffee. I'd go outside on the balcony, turn on my radio and tune in those broadcasts. That would be 1993, 4, 5 ish in that area. I still remember. John Beckham, remember Radio Norway broadcasting out of Burden, and only in English on Sundays, which was so weird. DH1AO, maybe it's a chance for a shortwave list DXers, find transmissions targeted to local areas like in Africa, Asia, or South of Africa. Also know I've been listening since about 73. Craig Martinetti, only QSL card that I got from a communist station is Radio Sofia, Bulgaria. Yep. Kevin Michael, yep. Swiss Radio International with the shortwave merry-go-round. The biggest problem we had in the day was the fact that there were so many stations. They were all strong, but there were so many stations, they were jam-packed real close to each other. So sometimes that broadcast you wanted to listen to, if you didn't have a good radio, you just couldn't make it out stuck in between Radio Moscow and Radio Canada. You just couldn't, I remember being mad because I had a hard time getting radio RSA in South Africa because some of the frequencies they would use was just jammed between two strong stations. But that I still remember, and I like my QSL card with that on it. That summer that I tuned the 11-meter band, I would go and tune it from time to time, even though there was not a lot of stuff. I remember it's totally by accident that I actually came across radio RSA on 25790. I was the curious guy, so I would go on these frequencies all the time to see what was there. And I still remember when I went there on 25790, and it was like, wow, radio RSA out of South Africa. And it had a decent signal, actually, pretty much all morning. I remember it was pretty much all morning here, like 14, 15 UTC, which was like, 10, 11 a.m. here in Montreal local time. Skillology, there were more old recordings in full of these old shortwave broadcasts from bygone stations. You know what's the problem is there are a lot out there that have never and are still not digitized, and that is sad. I've asked so many people, look, you've got tapes of, if you don't want to do it, give me the tapes. I will digitize them myself. I'll do it. I will do it. I'll just, it's not that difficult. You just play one side of the tape, make it one big file, and then look at that file and cut it into the different broadcasts and different things. I would upload those to YouTube, because I love searching on YouTube for old transmissions of shortwave stations. I find it fun to listen to, and it brings back a lot of memories too. Yeah, there are some sites that have old broadcasts. There's some on YouTube. There's the Shortwave Archive on the Shortwave Listening Post website. Also, let me check here. I want to check if our friends at Voice of Turkey have woken up. Yep, Voice of Turkey. So the interval signal of Voice of Turkey. I will leave you guys with the Voice of Turkey for a few minutes as I go get a new beer and also check on my caregiving duties, by the way. So back in a few minutes. So Voice of Turkey English starting 11785. Wow, their audio is low. Their audio is low. And we are back. Unfortunately, Voice of Turkey has very low audio today. They're there, but makes it difficult to listen to the program. It's 11785. And on the ICOM here, I have 9996 CW, which is the RWM time signal from Moscow, Russia, coming in on 9996 kilohertz. Major Z spring for WRMI, there wouldn't be much to listen to. Same with for WCR, which I've been enjoying VORW lately. And this is, very typical of our area. Like in North America, that is a problem. If WRMI would not be there, there wouldn't be a lot. But anybody that lives in Europe, there's a lot of stuff to listen to. In Europe, there's still many stations that target Europe. Like Voice of Vietnam and all of these stations still target Europe. And plus, in Europe, there's an ecosystem of tons of stations that, not just pirates, some are officially licensed radio stations, low-powered stations. So in Europe, you guys in Europe are so lucky to. I'm jealous, honestly. I'm jealous. I'm hoping at some point in time to have a trip to Europe, and I will bring along a shortwave radio, and I'm gonna listen to shortwave while I'm traveling, because you guys are lucky. You better understand how lucky you are. If you would switch and come to North America and listen to shortwave for a week, you would realize that you're extremely lucky with all the broadcasts you can hear over there. So they don't take that for granted. Here in North America, if it wasn't for WRMI, we wouldn't have a lot. There's Radio Romania that still broadcasts towards us. Voice of Turkey when it's on, because half the time the transmitter is not. And there's a few of the stations that actually relay that by accident the broadcast is heard in North America. Like we got a great hour of BBC. Anyone that want to listen to the BBC in English in North America, the best frequency and best time is 04 UTC on 12095. That transmission coming out of Madagascar, crossing Africa, makes it pretty much across North America with a decent signal. It's the best chance to get BBC World Service. And of course, we got Radio New Zealand when time permits. Here in the East Coast, it's mostly it's a summer thing on the high frequencies, but when they get to the lower frequencies, like when they use 11725 later, that's a pretty much a year-round thing. So we were kind of fun to have that too. China Radio International isn't much of a. It's a tough one in North America. China Radio International in English is not that easy to get. Before they had their relays on from Cuba, but now it's pretty much every time that there's a signal, there's either no modulation or it's distorted or it's just complicated. What else do we have? Radio Denmark, Copenhagen, Denmark. Never broadcast in English. They had an English opening to announce. Yeah, they had an English opening, Mike WX50, to announce that they only broadcast in English. J Project said occasionally watch unscheduled number stations around 10 megahertz. Catch apparently tests. Those public schedules take some obvious work to figure out. Because Preom does that. What Preom does is they kind of highlight, okay, we heard it here, we heard it at this time. And they kind of work out a schedule of the stations that are on the air. But there are stations, I don't know if you ever came across some of those on their schedule, but there are stations where they'll pop, okay, at this time there should be this station, but you'll have to guess what frequency they're using because we never know. So there's a lot of those also happening in the spy number stations. So, Brian Lisner hearing 14643. John Beckham back in 73. I had both a Swedish and a Danish pen pal. That also was very popular back then because I remember when you would listen to those mailbag shows. There was often people asking for pen pals and giving out their address, which was kind of interesting. I never got into that. Maybe I should have. But I was kind of a shy kid, so I was like, do I really want to give out my my postal address to the world on shortwave? So the RWM time station is actually giving their ID in Morse code right now. Oh, they're back at time pips now. Too late. Now they're at little time pips every second. Mr. J Spring says, my friends think I'm crazy for listening to shortwave radio. That's we've always been a very, very different crowd. We've always been apart from everybody. It's not a joke when we talk sometimes about radio, and I say that I never mention shortwave radio or radio stuff to my friends when I go out with my friends. It's not a joke. It's like, no, we don't, because it's simply going to be, weird, and they're going to be bored. So it's like, I don't know. It's it's the way it is. I don't know. We just, a lot of people don't understand. I understood a lot about shortwave radio when I looked around and talked about it to people over time. And you notice that one thing, there's something about shortwave radio is either you're in it or you're not. There's no in between. It's you are in it because you just find that so cool and so amazing, and you for some reason just connect with it, Um, or like a lot of people, it's like, well, you're listening to that noise. Isn't that static kind of annoying at times? No, we're used to it. The static is part of our listening habits. So, um, it's definitely something that is you either want to do it or not, and you can't. Someone that doesn't care, whatever you're going to show them, whatever you're going to have, be like, oh, this comes from, like you'll put the radio on and have a clear signal and say this comes from New Zealand, and they're just going to stare at you like you're some kind of weird person. And they just don't grasp. It's like, well, isn't that on the internet also? It's like, yeah, you don't get it. It's like amateur radio. I made those 4 contacts with Australia in 5 or 10 minutes, and in my head, it's like, this is cool. It's the other side of the world. It's 14,000-15,000 kilometers away. How amazing for a radio wave to travel back and forth like that. But for a lot of people, that's like, so yeah, yeah. Kev Michael says the Radio Netherlands was a favorite too. Keegan DeXer, Radio Vanucuba was the first mailbag show I remember hearing one night. Yep. I miss the fact that they're not on the air, honestly. I like to listen to Radio Vanucuba from time to time. DH1AO says, oh yeah, the mailbag programs are so cool, reading the letters from listeners from around the world. And then you'd have that one that by accident you were listening to one day and they're reading your letter. Oh, that's something. Oh, that's something. DX Party Line, yeah, that was good. That was good. Paul Stringer, thank you so much for the donation for anchovy pizza for Paul. Stephen Wilson, I have a box of cassettes here that I need to go through. It's a mix of cassettes that my mom made, and there are some in there that I think have shortwave recordings from, I'd say, the early 90s. I had one of those, remember when you could purchase just a little tape cassette that, you would record on, and that's it? You didn't need a boombox or anything. It was just like a little tape cassette. I had a GE tape cassette, and that I would simply put the tape cassette next to the speaker of the radio, and I would press record when I wanted to record something. And I believe I have probably in that box, I would say I probably have maybe 7 or 8 tapes, 90-minute tapes that are full of shortwave stuff from the day. And I need to get them out and record them, because I'd be curious. If I take that out, I know I'm going to be nostalgic. I'm going to be like, oh God, I miss all of that. Kevin Michael, Radio Moscow had beautiful QSL cards. They send me books about Gorby. They read my letter too. Yeah, the most beautiful QSL cards. What stations? So I want you guys to vote for. There were several that had really nice QSLs. But what was your favorite station for the most beautiful QSL cards you ever got? Now it's tough because I'm pinpointing one station, and there's several stations. If I have to pinpoint one, I have to say Radio Australia's QSLs were amazingly beautiful. But there were so many. Most of Radio RSA's QSLs were really nice. HCJB had beautiful QSL cards. They had the series, which was a lot of fun. And once again, this is what I hate. When I started QSLing in 1983 was the International Year of Telecommunications, and I have one card missing in that series of HCJB. Just one. It's just so unfair. And I wrote to them, and I remember writing to them in 1984, and I said, look, I'm sending you a reception report. Could you send me my missing card from 1983 as a QSL? And I think they had written back to me saying that they were no more. They sent them all or something. So I was like, okay, I'm missing one on the International Telecommunications Year. Oh man. J projects might have been counterintelligence things, like how some countries won't disclose exact numbers of diplomats. Yeah, it's a possibility, absolutely. Because honestly, I immediately, even as a teenager, I immediately thought, wow, a country that controls its population so much. I remember thinking back then, I doubt that you don't know how many Canadians were in your country this year. I doubt you don't have an exact number. Kevin Michael, Radio Kiev, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. HCJB was a big shortwave broadcaster. It was crazy. Mad Radio DXer, nice to have you on board from the UK, M7EIW. We're in nostalgia mode a little because I was saying that this week, first week of August, is is 44 years since I've started listening to shortwave with the realistic DX100 from Radio Shack. Stephen Wilson, they're very Catholic. David in Barcelona, ¿cómo está mi amigo? Old radios, that happened on our birthday. Mr. J Spring, I think shortwave will come back in a big way once you know what hits the fan. By the way, guys, just want to once again, I know you a little bit. If you like what I do, don't forget, you can click that super chat, give a little something. It is much appreciated. It's what keeps this on the air, honestly. And you've come through, and you need to continue to support because it's getting complicated with YouTube, and if you don't want to lose this live show and all this stuff that we do is pretty cool. Trying to reach out tonight to people that maybe never donated before. So there's super chat. How about a little something? Once again, doesn't matter the amount, okay? Any amount helps. And of course, there's a pizza fund, which I think is going to be oven. There's a restaurant that opened with oven wood pizza here that I want to try, and I think that's what I'm going to get tonight. So pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal also. And thank you so much for coming through with your donations, and it is much appreciated, and I'm happy to be here. So, oh, Jasmine, what's a pen pal? Oh, that's interesting. What is a pen pal? So basically, a pen pal, back in the day, there were no emails or anything. So back in the day is getting some correspondence and making friends with somebody around the world through the snail mail postal service. So that means writing a letter to that person and putting it in a mailbox and hoping he's going to reply. And a lot of people on shortwave back in the day, when there were mailbag shows, were asking for a pen pal. And so they would give out their address on a mailbag show, for example, and hope that somebody somewhere will write to them And some people made, long distance friends through correspondence like that, through the mail. Um, so think about it as pen, like a pen to write, and a pal. So you're making a friend. So a pen pal, you're writing to that friend. It's kind of a, like my Radio the Extra says, kind of a pre-social media where you keep contact with somebody via mail. Yeah. Well, it is. It's not that weird. It's like some people wanted to, make friends with somebody in another country and learn more maybe about that country and that person. And I'm sure a lot of people through the years um, made good friends that eventually they visited. Um, that they visited and they, you know, um, just just continued for life. And but that was the back in the day. There was not many ways you can contact people. Unless you pick up the phone and you know pay an enormous amount to you know call a random number. So back in the day, it's if you wanted to talk to somebody or try to make friends overseas or whatever, you know, um, that was the way it was done back then. That was the day it was done. That was the way it was done back then, honestly. And then computers came, and the first bulletin board systems where now you could actually, leave messages was the kind of the next step, and then of course everything opened up with the internet and the interconnections that you could talk to somebody anywhere around the world easily. But it that was the way it was done back in the day. People would just write to each other and read their mail. Mike WX50 television show Big Blue Marble sponsored kids from around the world to be pen pals. Yep, yep. Yeah, Jasmine, that's the way it was done. You would write to some random person somewhere around the world, going to the post office, asking, to put a stamp on that envelope. John Beckham, here's an example. Swedish pen pal eventually got me to visit her over in Linköping, Sweden. Her family lived on a farm. Under the internet took away a lot of people's times. Noticed that they socialized less when it started becoming big in the 90s. Yeah, but things were changing. I remember my first chat with somebody on overseas on the computer, and it was such a such a weird thing that I was live with somebody talking with someone, in another country on the computer. Kev Michael has Radio New Zealand 17675. Hey Kenneth, KAW 1161, nice to have you here. What else do we have? Free to choose. Are people like your brother trying to impress girls with your listening of space shuttle transmissions? Yeah, that was such a good one. I will never forget that one. It's like, yeah, you don't care about my hobby, but now though, you want to impress your girlfriend with, hey, my brother listens to the space shuttles. It's like, I'm not even sure it's something to try to do to impress your girlfriend. I mean, I don't know if it impressed her in any way. Oh God. Mike WX50 Shortwave Radio was the internet for us. Yep. JJ Endo, nice to have you on board. Things were so different back then. You had all sorts of, hobbies that I barely hear about today, collecting stamps and so many. Keegan DXer, I'm reminded of CBS mailbag on the Late Show with David Letterman, where you would read letters from viewers. RJ Dakota says, for me, shortwave was the alternative before the internet. Yeah, tape recorder, Jay Watterson 69. Like W50, shortwave was a way to learn about so many countries I would have never known anything about. And it does set us apart in our knowledge of the world. When I look at the average knowledge of people of the world around us, I notice how ignorant a lot of people are on everything. But we were, we would have to look at a map to see, who had a map. Everybody had a map. Everybody had a map. We needed a map. If you had shortwave, first thing you wanted is a big map of the world on that wall, because one of the first things you would do is what? You'd listen to, oh, this is, Radio Sweden. Oh, where's Sweden? Where's Sweden? Okay, there's Sweden. I'm here. This is so cool. You could see, wow, I'm listening to that country here on my radio. This is so amazing. Um Tosunov, I have a medium wave radio in my bathroom, and I noticed that I'm not hearing WSM and another closer station in the daytime. I usually do lately. Is it one you put on the wall fixed? Maybe it's because it's not to the right angle to receive them, or there's something weird. Kevin Michael, shortwave was cable TV. Oh yeah, Radio Japan. I have to say, Radio Japan was really, really, really hot in their QSL cards. That's true. And an example of how ignorant we are about things. When I was a teenager, I got that Radio Japan QSL card where they have these types of little igloos with people in them, and there's snow. It's all white. It's full of snow. And I'm like, it snows in Japan? I didn't know it snowed in Japan. I didn't even know it snowed in China. And then you look at it later and you're like, yeah, okay. And it's logical that it snows in certain parts of Japan or certain parts of China. But you don't, because in your head, maybe the way that you're seeing the geography is like, well, isn't Japan in some warm place? Or no, it's okay. Okay. Northern Japan gets snow, and but you learn these things, and I'm like, wow, when I got that QSL, I was like, snow. Huh. Same with China. There was a beautiful QSL I remember from radio. It was Radio Beijing back in the day. And that QSL shows a temple, and there's snow everywhere. And I'm like, huh, okay. I'm kind of learning things here. My WX50 favorite QSL was Radio Luxembourg that showed their broadcast hours. Radio Belize had a cool map of their country as a QSL. Keegan DXer, occasionally I would record WWV and WWVH on a tape recorder received on my late dad's ICOM IC706. Kev Michael, Radio Australia, ACJB. Andrew DXer, I never did QSLs, only asked for program guides like BBC World Service, RCI, and so on. John Beckham, lots of us were fortunate to be able to listen to shortwave when it was truly a plethora of international stations. Yeah, Gabriel, the most beautiful cars I remember, Radio South Africa and NHK Japan. Yep. Kenneth, I used to have Radio Australia's 50th anniversary QSL. Oh, wow. Joe Mankiewicz says Radio Havana, Cuba, not because it was beautiful, just because Cuba was always caught in the 50s. Yeah, they had a couple of nice ones. I remember a couple of historic QSLs in some areas in Cuba. One of a fisherman that was coming out of the sea with his fish. They weren't that bad on Radio Havana, Cuba. But you could see how it was getting more and more difficult. Radio Havana, Cuba, as the country was getting poorer and poorer, we could see how we would get less and less, and then it was like just the bare minimum. John Carney's, hey, nice to have you here. The I don't know, the Radio Havana, Cuba. That was an interesting one. Cuba was nice. I liked the French language programs. They had a extensive, that I always found interesting. They had a stamps show where they would talk about Cuban stamps in the French programs, but it was more extensive than what they would do in English for some reason. And it was one of the rare. That's also something, for those of you that know about Quebec, know that Quebec is often referred to as the francophone place where people speak French. And that was also an interesting thing about international broadcasters. Most broadcasters were referring to French language broadcasts in North America for Canada. But there were a couple of stations that were more specific. Radio Havana, Cuba was one of them. They would always say their French language program to Quebec. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. They're literally saying for Quebec because they know that that's where the majority of French language speakers are. Yeah, Archie Dakota, we definitely were visiting all of these countries. I mean, they're so cool. Kevin Michael, BBC London. Blogger was in the Radio Portugal Listeners Club, and they sent me many very handsome cards. I have a couple of their cards here from the 80s. Radio Portugal. Wow, man, I'm just can't believe all the. Yeah, Radio Shack. Total Low season 1 megahertz, white noise on 22 megahertz, but yeah, at that size, it has to be local noise. Darren Rogers, yes, those nice early mornings around 12, 13 UTC when you could hear Radio Australia 95.80. Yep. Radio DX are great. You can still remember when you first DX shortwave. I cannot remember my exact date, but maybe it was 85 or 86. Yeah. It was first. I do remember first week of and I told the story so many times. Thank you so much, Kenneth, for your donation. Much appreciated. KW 1161. So yeah, it was. So I would get an allowance back in the day. I would get an allowance. My dad would give me $5 every week, and my job was to get the trash out, help my mom do a few little things here and there. Clean his car, shovel his car in the wintertime, things like that. And he would give me $5. And I usually took the $5 and went out and purchased something. I remember there was a discount kind of store that there were vinyl records for like $3.99. So most of the time, what happened is I would go there and I'd pick up an album, and my $5 would go on a vinyl. And that's how I got the album Meet the Beatles. It was a $3.99 album at the discount store. So when we got into that summer, I was really, really serious. I was like, no, I'm going to keep my money and I'm going to buy that DX100. And it was something like $149 at the time. So we got into the first week of August, and you know that Radio Shack was always like that. When you had something you wanted, you always waited because you knew that it would be on sale at some point. August came, and what do I see? It's dropped from $149 to $99.95. And I'm like, oh man, this is so the occasion to get it. I had $55. I had $55, and I was like, all right, I don't, I don't have enough, you know. So by chance, my father came home on I guess was on a Thursday, because he had his paycheck on Thursdays. He came home, and I remember that time we ate pizza, and that was an occasion. My parents would never order a restaurant. I mean, in 1982, we ate restaurant maybe twice a year, and it was a big event. Eating pizza was a big event. Eating anything else from the restaurant was a huge event. So that night we had pizza, and I was like, oh man. And my father was telling my mom, that he had a bonus, a big bonus, and he had a pay raise. So he looked at me and says, that radio that you want. He says, how much is it? I said, well, it's on sale now, $50 off at $99.95. And he said, and how much money you got? And I said, I got 55. So he said, how about you clean my car, and I am going to give you the difference of what's missing for your radio. You can go and get it tomorrow. And I was like jumping up and down. So I got the money, and I still remember I was 13. So, I never had $100 in my pocket. And it was like, I was feeling like I'm rich or something. I was going to the store, and I was like almost looking over my shoulders. Somebody's going to, I got $100 on me. It was so funny, innocent kid of 13. And I went to get it, and I brought it home, and started reading. Actually, I plugged it in, started reading the manual of what it's all about. But that's the story of how I got the DX100 back in the day. Rick Myers, KO4OSA. Nice to have you here. This is Just Work New Caledonia. 10 meters, FT8. Pretty cool. Hey, welcome back, Paul, VT Radio. Kevin Michael, why on YouTube there are people testing radio? They avoid music, keep saying that they have to get rid of music. It is weird. Yeah. Test and love. Some people played chess by mail. Man, that must have been a long one. Hey, David. Cool. Hope you're not too bothered by the forest fires and all. You've seen all the forest fires in Spain and France, and it seems to be, it looks like Canada burning up. It's pretty crazy. Except that you don't have some idiots saying that, we have to handle our forest better because there's smoke's going there. RJ Dakota, I've seen people play chess by radio, giving out chessboard locations by letter and number. Wow. Bullseye, nice to have you here. Pen Pal, as really kind of same thing as QSL card shortwave radio stations did back in the day. Yep, absolutely. Free to choose. Canada Post is getting so crappy nowadays. I don't know if having pen pals would still be possible. Yeah, I, we lost someone that's not coming here anymore, and I'm sad because it's not my fault. But this box, I'll just show the address. There's radios that somebody won in December. And when I was doing the drawing for radios, I was unable to send it. No one wants to send radios with batteries, and I got stuck in some loop that I never was able to get out of. And the only ones that will send it out, it would cost me like $275 in shipping to the United States. I ain't gonna pay $275 to send a box of radios. I'm sorry. Mike WX50, with pen pals, you were sending an email to someone who also wanted a pen pal to learn about your country. Yep, absolutely. It was a two-way thing. It was, No, I can't sing. When I sing, it's immediately, I have a copyright strike immediately if I sing a song. I had that on my tech channel. Somebody, when I had the live shows back in the day, they said, "Oh, sing that song," and I sang the song, and I had copyright strike immediately. The H1AO next evolution was playing chess over CB. Oh wow, that one is interesting. As well as learning for school and sharing homework. Okay, Michael, should put anything you want on the tube, so long as it's not dirty. Yeah, the problem is not YouTube itself. It's clearly the companies, all the record companies are going nuts. There was that woman that like, she went nuts because the video was taken down of her singing happy birthday to her kid. Apparently some obscure company had reserved the rights to happy birthday, and you could not sing it without paying dues. It was like, this is totally ridiculous. But Mr. J Spring, that is often something people think it's secret, and that you need that special army radio to get all the traffic and the communications, and you're like, no, you just need a radio. Now what you get out of it is different. It's like when you look at the global HF command, like 11175. I mean, yeah, you hear the U.S. Air Force, but do you understand what they're saying? That's different. But a lot of people are under the impression that, no, we can't hear any of that. It's, I remember back in the scanner craze days, when I would walk outside with my scanner radio, I had quite a few people tell me that, oh, well, you're not allowed, and I'm going to call the police. Well, call them. There's no rules against listening to a scanner radio to anything. It's sorry. I'm sorry. Blogger, collected telecommunications topical stamps for years. Sold them for maybe 5% of what they cost. Total officer strong carry on 17675. Mr. J Spring, shortwave radio enabled me to ace world geography in high school. Same here. Same here. Same here. It's like, that's why when I completed my college degree in applied sciences, I almost took geography which was an option for college, because I thought, well, I'm going to get that easy. Kevin Michael 17675 Radio New Zealand. There's another channel on it with the station. Paul says, in high school French class, we each wrote to a student in France. I wrote to Chantal Lefleur in French. However, I used a regular stamp and it came right back to me. Yeah, not knowing that you had to put the international postage, not the local postage. You know, one of the most interesting, funny moments of my that when I got my DX100, one of my best friends we were always together doing things together, playing frisbee, playing baseball. When I got the DX100, he was very, very interested. I said, "Come over. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you something. I have a radio, and we can listen to the world on it." And he was actually interested in a way that was like, "Oh, this is so cool." So he asked for that DX100 as a Christmas gift to his parents that year, and they, bought him that radio as a Christmas gift. So in '84, so I started in '83, in '82. Sorry, I started in '82. So in '83, that year, we were listening to Shortwave together, which is something that not a lot of people can actually say, well, my best friend listened to Shortwave with me. And so we would start writing for QSL cards. We would make reception reports together. We were listening to stations and doing a lot of stuff. And we were spending all our allowance money on stamps and envelopes. So there was, where he was living and where I was living, there was a small jewelry store. And that jewelry store had a small post office in the back. So in order for us to be easy to join, like meet up, I would go to that jewelry store and you would go there too to get the stamps. We would often go together. And back then, I remember stamps were 64 cents Canadian for international. I would go there and I say, okay, I'm going to take, 25 international stamps. And my friend would say, I'm going to take 25 too. So the first few times, it's like, she would give me our stamps, we would pay the stamps. And then one day we go together and we're like, okay, I'm going to have 30 64-cent stamps. And he said the same thing, 30. And she looked at us and she said, okay, I have a question because I am very curious. Why young guys like you are constantly buying stamps for international postage? You're the only guys that do that. People don't do that. So I said, okay, next time we come back, I'm going to show you something. Because I told her, I said, we're listening to international radio stations and we can write to them and all of that. So she was kind of, intrigued. And I said, when we come back for stamps next time, I'm going to bring some stuff that you can see. And I brought some QSL cards, envelopes. She was so impressed with Radio Moscow, stuff like that. And I said, this is what we're getting. We're writing all of these stations we hear on the radio. And they are answering back. And that's why we buy all these stamps to correspond with stations all over the world. And she understood and she was just so amazed. She was like, wow, this is so cool. I just can't believe it. Tosnov, I think a lot of people can read maps, especially on Storm Trackers streams. They're always asking about their town, but you can see it on the map and where the storm is. Man. Yeah, DJ Christ, Radio Japan, which was really via Sackville, giving a big signal. I have a QSL card, two QSL. I have one with if you guys remember, Radio Japan would put stickers on the back of the QSL with the relay station you were actually receiving the station from. I got one from Sackville, and I got one with a sticker from Gabon. They used to relay from Gabon. PT Radio, back in the 70s, National Geographic had the best maps. I remember buying a. I still remember when I bought a map once, and it was a big map, and it was like, I'm so happy. And I don't remember which part of the world, but some countries changed names. I'm like, oh, I need a new map now. The names aren't correct on mine. Oh, God. That was like free to choose. I remember getting stuff from Radio Havana, Cuba, and Radio Moscow, pictures of Fidel and Che Guevara. Yeah, Che Guevara. Yeah, that I remember receiving some pictures of Che Guevara. Often they were pictures with a calendar. They would disguise them as the calendar. Oh man. RJ Dakota says sent to Radio RSA and got a ton of things from South Africa. One of the first QSL cards I've ever received. My very first was Radio Netherlands, and actually have a VOA QSL. I've got two or three VOA QSLs because as a Canadian, I was allowed to write. One of them, which is a nice picture of the Delano, California relay station, um, which is nice. Free to choose. I was mostly listening to Spanish programs back then. That was my way of learning Spanish. Michael's got Radio Vanny Cuba QSL from the 90s. I learned an inordinate amount of Spanish just listening to many tropical band stations on the 60-meter band. Oh man, there's so many, so many of those stations. RT Curtis, nice to have you here. I believe Radio Vanian directed the broadcast to Quebec to drum up some revolutionary discontent. Everything's possible. Everything's possible. I'm trying to remember which stations were actually always pinpointing Quebec. And thinking about it, I have the impression that they were all the communist stations. They were like pinpointing Quebec. Not the regular stations, most regular stations were like, this is a French language broadcast to Canada or to our French Canadian listeners. Close enough. Yeah, that's possible. Maybe it's actually so close to some AM transmitters that they need to do that, or else they wouldn't be able to. It wouldn't be working. There are so many. Chicopee Radio. There's many different kinds of listeners out there. I was half and half. I was part DXer and part listener. So I did sit down and listen to broadcasts for, I would listen to Radio Australia for 2 hours at a time. I was capable of doing that. I was capable of listening to a whole hour of some radio station on shortwave. But I know that it's not everybody. A lot of people were not into that. They were like, they were just, I want to DX and hear all of those exotic stations that are difficult to get and so on. And it's a little sad because I have the impression that one of the things that a lot of stations got tired of is the DXers hogging the stations for QSL cards and all sorts of memorabilia and not giving any details about programs because they didn't care about the program. And I think some stations might have gotten off because they just said, well, most of the people just want to have, grab whatever you can. And we don't get any comments on our shows. So why are we broadcasting to them anyways? Unfortunately. Once again, thank you so much, Kenneth. Much appreciated. John Beckham, Radio Shack's free battery of the month. Yeah, that was a great marketing tool. Absolutely. That was the best. You wanted to have your battery and they would drag you into the store with that. So if you had money, what did you do? You just didn't get your battery, you purchased something. So that was the best marketing tool, honestly. Honestly, free battery of the month. And we all would get our 9-volt batteries. Because, we were all thinking, well, what good is it going to do to have one AA or one C or one D battery? It's going to take 4 months to have the 4D batteries I put in my devices. So I would go there and get my 9-volt battery because that was the only one that was actually useful in some devices. But yep. RJ Dakota, Meet the Beatles was the first stereophonic recording I ever got. Oh, that was very stereophonic. I remember the sound was so discreet. It was incredible to really listen to on headphones. I remember I put my headphones and I was like, whoa, this. There's stuff going on the left and on the right. I still remember that was like, oh God, wow. That's the first album I've ever listened to on headphones because I would listen on headphones all the time. And it was like, I remember putting in that album and I was like, whoa, okay. Paul says, I used to buy $3.99 record albums too with my McDonald's paycheck. Oh, wow. Kenneth says, I remember asking my dad for 5 cents for a pack of gum. Got his life story about walking uphill to school and back both ways. No allowance either. Yeah, I was lucky. Me and my best friend that we were doing Shortwave together were a little lucky. We had a little allowance, $5. We say a little, but $5 in 1983 and is there was mileage in $5 in 1983. I mean, it's surprising what you could get for that $5. And no, we were lucky because a lot of my friends like, well, I ain't getting any money. My dad still told me if I want to have money, go work. And I was like, yeah, I'm kind of lucky. Kind of lucky. And there was always these occasions like, Christmas, the uncles are there and everybody's there and you see them once a year. I was like, oh, yeah, here's $20. Merry Christmas. And I'm like, oh, okay. I remember I wanted to have a multimeter, my first ever multimeter, to be able to, measure stuff, and I needed one. And the electronics back in the day were expensive. Today we talked about it, and I remember Jasmine's talking about how she bought a multimeter for like, a few bucks on Amazon or somewhere, and it's like, it does everything that my multimeter from the back then does, and even more. But back then, a multimeter was like 120, $150, if you wanted to have a digital multimeter. And so I remember I had one, which was, I was looking at it all the time. It was, I think, $139 at the time. And I said, I would like to have that. I would, when I do electronic stuff, I couldn't, measure my everything and check out stuff. And I still remember one Christmas, my uncles were there. They all got super drunk. And, when you're drunk, you do things sometimes that You might regret the next day. And I still remember one of my uncles saying, "Hey, I think I've never, given you a little gift or anything. Here's $20." And then all my uncles, everybody was just like, "Oh yeah, me too," because they all wanted to impress each other, I guess. So it's like I end up the next day, I'm counting my money. I'm like, well, I got $220. And I'm like, it's time to get the multimeter. And I have left. Oh, God. Also, we had a great FM album station here back in the day. They changed our format to top 40 in the 90s. Bullseye, Jill, that would be awesome playing with the DX100 then. Yeah. Yeah. David says, I first got interested in radio around 2008, so quite late in the game, but I'm satisfied that Shortwave was still quite active then. Lots of CRI and RRI, but also Russia, Serbia, Belarus, Deutsche Welle, BBC, Vietnam. Scalology. Okay, I'm back home now, so I can use my shortwave radios. John Beck, and wonder, weren't the red batteries a higher quality and their cost markup was greater? No, there were different colors. I think the red ones were the cheapest of all. Then there was the green ones that were kind of a higher grade. And then there was the gold ones, which were the alkaline ones. If I'm not mistaken, that was the order of the batteries. Let's check that out. Radio Shack batteries from cheapest to best in 80s. So Battery Club card, they all talk about that. And yeah. Oh yeah, that card. Dang, I remember the card. I remember that card. Image. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So, is there one picture that has all of them next to each other? No, there's no pictures, unfortunately. These and the 80s. So yeah, so the red ones were the general purpose. They were the ones that were like today's carbon zinc batteries. And then they had the green ones where they called them extra life. Those were the next generation. Their chemistry was a little different. And then we got to the gold ones. Those were alkalines. And of course, your battery card gave you the red ones, the cheapest of all, if I remember well. David says, no big wildfires around my area in Barcelona. They've all been in central and southern Spain. Fortunately, last I heard, they were already being taken control of. Cool. Because here in Canada, we've been hit by some really bad ones. And Canada is such a big country. The forest fires in the northern parts of Canada are a lot of them were all out of control. And one of the biggest problems that have been happening is that a big chunk of northern Canada is very dry. There hasn't been a lot of rain. In fact, there's so much problem with rain that here we have hydropower here. The reservoirs that we have up north are actually half empty because there's not enough snow in the winter and not enough rain. Okay, Michael, you're not kidding. That's why I don't do anything. Sean Beckham, I always wanted to be a Radio Shack Science Fair brand crystal radio, but I never did. I always wanted to. I had that little. The first ever. Robert Varner, thank you so much for the donation, by the way. The first time I ever came across a electronics kit, I was about 13 or 14, and I didn't have a lot of money. I think I had something like $20 on me, and I was going to Radio Shack to see what can I get for $20. What would be interesting, and they had the solar powered kit, which was like 25 experiments or something, and that kit was on sale. And I could actually buy it. I had, spare change. So with the tax and everything, it's like, oh, I got just enough to buy it. And I bought that home. And I remember having so much fun with that little kit of 25 experiments. Cheeto just ran out to pick up Chinese for dinner. I had the stream on my phone when I got in my car and Bluetooth connected. Who popped up in the display? Paul the cat. That is nice. Mr. J Spring was accused of being a spy by a neighbor who was listening to Radio Saudi. Oh, man. Take care, Mr. J Spring. Thank you again for the donation. Much appreciated. Yeah, FM is kind of a tough one here, too, in Montreal. It's kind of all playing the same thing and kind of boring. Kevin Michael, I remember when I was a kid, I was listening to the Marine telephone on the multiband. The neighbors complained I was listening to phone calls. I said it is not against the law. There's a lot of misconceptions of real regulations and stuff. Once again, back in the scanner days, people were, oh well, you're not allowed to have one of those. Yeah, just just mind your own business and shut up. I remember one woman, she wouldn't give up, and I said, just shut the f up, in her face, and I said, she looked at me. She says, "I'm going to tell your parents." I was like, "You think my parents gonna? I'm an adult. Do you think my parents gonna care because I told you to f up? Please." Oh man. Yeah, the ship to shore communications were amazing. Oh, here we go. We've got something on 1175 175. Take care, Art Dodd. Always nice to have you on board. Stay safe. See you maybe next week. Oh, wow. American Forces Network, Kevin Michael. Los Angeles, California. Wow. Oh yeah, we'd all do that. Put that 9-volt battery on our tongue. Yeah. Okay, Michael, Me and the Beatles was first for me too. Kenny Martinetti, HJB had great customer service. Lots of souvenirs, beautiful curacao cards. Every few months they did a different series. Curacao, yep, they were great. And they kept notes on us, eh? Because I remember in Musical Mailbag, they read a letter that I had sent in. And back that was like late 80s, early 90s. And I was taking guitar lessons. And he says, "Oh yeah, Gilles from Montreal. I remember you're taking guitar lessons and so on." I was like, well, "Oh, they keep notes on us. They keep notes." Oh, calculators were crazy. My first ever scientific calculator that I have here still, I need to dig it out. A Commodore scientific calculator from 1980. That thing must have cost $100 at the time. Now you go to the dollar store, and for like $5, you've got a scientific calculator. Yeah, 11745, 9745. In the summer, I remember 15155 was great here in Montreal. Yeah, they did do 11 meters on HCJB, and there was that experimental. Remember the experimental upper sideband broadcast they had on 21455? 6850. There's apparently something there. Let's check it out. Hawaiian numbers 6950. Hawaiian numbers. I'm hearing something very weak. But apparently there's Hawaiian numbers on 6950 upper sideband. Hawaiian numbers radio. Kevin Michael Jin been seeing the fires on the news. How can there are fires in Canada if it is wet or cold mostly? Yeah, well now that's the problem. It's very, very dry. We're not having enough rain, so most of the forests in the northern part of Canada, the forests are absolutely dry right now. Hey, ZY3WR, nice to have you on board. The time I heard anything at 27,000 are in English, and it's around 13 UTC more or less, and not always, but depend on condition. Scalology, anything above 27,405, I think, is the illegal band, but the FCC doesn't care about that band anymore, so people talk on it anyways. Yeah. DJ Craze, they do care about a little. It just takes a ton of reason for them to bother with it. Yeah, the problem with the FCC is that it's not that they don't care. They don't have the resource. So they're put the resource where it's the most important. Where is the most important? Well, the FM band, if any FM station, commercial FM station complains that they don't have, they have there's pirates and that they could interfere. So they'll go into things like that. You know, 7200, there was a couple of months ago, there was a crackdown. There was some, um, there was a couple of hams that were actually given a fine for activity on 7200. But if they don't get any complaints, they won't go there. So if you look at the 27 megahertz, if no one ever complains about anything, they have other things to do. There's not enough staff anyways. The 11175 is echoey Tosanov because it is broadcast simultaneously from several US bases around the world. So when you listen to it, you'll hear it from Andrews Air Force Base. You'll hear it from, some other base in some other parts of the world, so that everywhere around the world this message can be received. Free to choose. Yep, secret codes. They have some kind of it's like a number station. Totally, it's secret codes sent to the Air Force. Somebody somewhere knows what that means, and they do something about it. But it's like a spy number station in some way. It's just that it's the U.S. Air Force. Brian Leesner, I don't see 9-volt used in radios much more anymore. It's usually 2 AA's now. Yeah, things have changed in electronics. Now today with the electronic circuits, they all actually are using very little voltage. Look at all the radios we buy. They use 18650s. That's 3.7 volts. They all run on low voltages. It's not that back in the day we needed to have higher voltages because a lot of the chips or transistors in their radios or in devices required higher voltage to actually work. Chris, have you done any SSTV lately, Joe? I think you used to send QSL pictures of my Paul the cat. Yes, I didn't do. You know what? I need because what happened is I set up stuff again, and my PC here doesn't. I haven't configured MMSS TV to do some slow scan TV now, so I need to do that again because I had a lot of fun doing slow scan TV, and I want to do more. It's fun. It's a fun mode. I really like it. The fact that we send each other pictures, and I still remember when because I tried. Everybody's on 20 meters, 14 to 30 plus or minus. But I try all the other frequencies. You never know, and I'm still find it cool that when I tried 10 meters one afternoon. I tried 10 meters. It was I think it was late morning, local. And I sent, I think it's 28,680 or something for the slow scan TV frequency on 10. And I remember I sent a CQ maybe 6 or 7 times. Never got a reply back. And the next day, I look at my email, and there's this teenager in Belgium that sent me an email to say, well, I got your slow scan TV picture, and I could see the picture when I'm calling CQ. And so he says, if you have an EQSL or anything that you can send, and he had actually put his postal address. So I thought, nah, a teenager, let's make him really happy. So what I did is I took the email, the postal address, and I actually sent him a printed paper card. About, I'd say, a month after I sent it, I have this email, and he's all excited. He's like, "Oh, this is so cool that you send me a paper card. It's the first time that I get a card in the postal mail, It is so beautiful. Your cat is wonderful. And I was like, you know what? This is how you bring somebody into hobby. Do something special that now he's all excited and he's going to want to continue doing, and maybe become a ham radio operator. Because then I had a letter with it and I posted in the letter, you should take the time to become an amateur radio operator. It'd be fun to make a contact. And I could identify myself in that teenager being so excited that he had a QSL card in the mail, which is something that doesn't happen much now. Oh yeah, I'm sure, Toasted Love. These things take absolutely almost no power. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, calculators were crazy expensive back then. $69.35 kilohertz upper sideband, very strong. So this is a strong pirate on 6935 upper sideband. Yeah, Jasmine's doing mesh on 27 megahertz. It's pretty cool. Jay Dakota had a Casio calculator. Yeah, civil defense on old radios. It's like radios like this one. When you look at the display on this old radio, you know, when they used to actually tag BBC, Radio Luxembourg, Radio Moscow, whatever, they would actually pinpoint, you know, where you would hear some of those stations. Paul Stringer had a Texas Instrument 25 for $25 in 77. It came with two manuals. One was the instruction book, and there was conversions games, and yeah, there are lots of stuff. Scotia Radio, nice to have you on board from Nova Scotia. DJ Craze, I knew it. D Bulger Radio tagged at the end. Yeah, FM is allowed now in the United States on the CB band. Carl Icon, nice to have you here. Dig Bulger just ID'd on 6950 upper sideband. Brian Leisner, yeah, true. You run a fancy PL 990 on the 18650. So all the electronics today is like they don't need that much voltage to just work. It's not like back in the day. DJ Craze, I take it back. They are back. D Vulture and empty for radio. Let me check. For me, it's mostly 6935. It's very weak on 6950 here. ZY3WR speaking Morse code today. There was one at 7275. Interrupt with multi-stations. Until 1 hour ago, it wasn't on CW anymore. Trey Martinetti, don't forget Moscow Knights. So 6935 is very strong here. The color icon says 6935, just ID'd as radio 48. Is it very wideband? If it is, it might be broadcast from our friend Mix Radio International. I'm going to go and turn on my SDR here and check that out. Out of curiosity, I'll put the volume down as not to break your ears. Here we go. And 6, 7, okay. Plus, yeah, it's very wide. It's very wide. That is definitely broadcast via Mix Radio International. I see it on 6935 with my my SDR, and it is quite a wide signal. Quite a wide signal. Flying Hamster, thank you so much for your donation. The show today, and especially the trip down memory lane for Curacaw's good memories. Thank you so much for your donation, my friend. No, I'm not gonna put the music and everything. I'm not gonna rebroadcast for very long. Prime laser calculators. I replaced my original Casio FX115, which way back when was way more expensive. Yep. JJ Ando, yo ho ho, here's a pirate. Kiddo 61, Kenneth says my first calculator was a Unisonic Kmart Blue Light Special. Wow. Tosanov, I bet there's no problem with the FCC as long as it's all inside the ASM band. Chris, I still prefer the card QSLs rather than EQSLs. Must be that something to touch and keep. Yeah. You know, I'm okay with it. I understand. I mean, I send paper QSLs from time to time on amateur radio, and it's dreadfully expensive compared to the old days. So I get it that, you know, EQSLs have become popular. What I do here is, you know, I've got an Epson EcoTank printer, so my printer doesn't cost much to print color cards. So what I do is I buy photo paper, and when I got a certain number, I will put some photo paper and I will, you know, place them in a way that I have, like, you know, 4 QSL cards on one page, and then I just cut them out on the photo paper, and it makes a paper QSL that I keep in my albums. No, my neck tonight is pretty good, Paul. You know, last week was tough, but after I took some Advil, and after like a day or two, it started. It went away. It's probably the way I slept or something. So Blogger Die is hearing 6935 upper sideband on the Lee Gianni RD229S with W2 repeater. And a quick phrase. How do you like the Lee Gianni Blogger Die? Out of curiosity. Matt Reader DXer 73. Take care, my friend. Always nice to have you on board. RJ Dakota 6935. Nice and clear here. Red Wooly says no joy on the Pirate. Skillshare Radio, have you tried the Hack RF Pro? I was looking at it, but not hearing much on it. No, I've never tried the Hack RF personally. Skidology can hear 6935 quite well in his SDR. Skillshare Radio, first calculator, TI-30 LED version. Yeah. My Commodore calculator was with the red LED numbers. And when I opened it to check out the inside, I was so fascinated that they used the same CPU that they use in the Commodore VIC-20 after, a MOS Technology 6502. It basically had a computer in the calculator. Well, I find it interesting, at least now, Jasmine and everybody that's talking about the mesh stuff, that I'll be having something to play with and go into that unknown world that I've never tried and never went around, thanks to Ricky, that will give me a little something on Monday when we go out at the for lunch. So this will be fun. It will be interesting to play with. Also, now there's some waterfall imagery. Yeah, usually there are. With Mix 48, I believe just often he identifies as Mix 48, and then he identifies as Mix Radio International also. Oh yeah, it's very, very wide USB. When you expand the audio to all the bandwidth, it's very, very interesting how high quality the sound is. Blogger, I've only had the Ligiani and actually used maybe 15 minutes, but it's quite nice. The USB was perfect on frequency with no fiddling. Okay, that's interesting. Kind of interesting. We'll be looking at, you know, my maybe my next radio purchase or something. See what I should get, and Red Wally Casio Scientific I still have from 1981. The when I went to college, I needed a scientific calculator, and I got a Texas Instruments. I don't remember what model. And back in '88, that was an expensive calculator. And when I went to college, I was not aware that when your you know stuff is in a corner where nobody sees anything, that thieves would go and get stuff. So I one day came back to my locker, and my lock was open, and they had stolen one thing and one only thing: my scientific calculator, which I had to rebuy. Since then, I just said, the hell with the locker. I am not using a locker again. I'm going to bring a bag with all my stuff in, and I'll just put the books and the stuff I need for each class. I'm not using the locker again. I learned my lesson. Wonderful says Radio 48. Yep. Plug-in IRD 239 has backlighted keys and a very easy to read display. Also, the W2 repeater adds UHF. That's interesting. You're getting me a little kind of interested. Scotia Radio. Whoa, he knows the chip in a calculator, and I thought I was a geek. What do you want? What do you want? That's the kind of guy I am. Oh, look at that. There's a 6502 in my calculator. Brett Woolley, I need to get in touch with the mesh stuff. I think the fact that I'm going to now have that capability will be the best thing, because it could add content to my channel, because now I'll be in it and I'll go watch the videos. I need to share the videos also that Jasmine shared with me, so that we can add maybe that dimension. I've been actually thinking about the future of my shortwave channel. I've had quite a few comments. I've had people saying, there's less and less. Someday your channel is like, well, yeah, it's still, when I work on it, it still gets popular. But I also am thinking of, expansion. How about we do a little bit more content of different things? You don't have to watch the content you don't like. If mesh is not something for you, well, you don't watch it. Some more coded message. So I think there's the future of my channel, if it continues, will be a future where it's going to broaden into new technologies and new things also, not just shortwave. Because at some point, that channel is gonna just die of well, all you talk about is something that slowly there's less and less people interested in it. And it's I know people hate when we talk about certain things. It's like FT8 on amateur radio. Some people don't like it, but it's the future. That's the way it is. That we're going in the future. We have to look into that future. So I think that if you expand upon other technologies that are kind of interesting to watch, as long as always that's the key. As long as it's always within radio, well, I think you know, that could be interesting and would expand upon who watches the videos. Scotia Radio, are you interfacing any of your SDR equipment USB-C to USB-B? We've been having issues, but figure my cable is too long. My devices are all pretty much USB-C at the computer, no, USB-A at the computer, because the computer has USB-A. It's the A connectors at USB 3.0. But I think the idea here is to be careful not to have, I don't know how long your USB cable is, but USB doesn't like cables that are more than about 25 feet. If you have a cable that's more than that, you're asking for trouble on USB. Free to choose, how much power does a power need to broadcast on upper sideband? How much power do you think this guy on 6935 has? It's very, very difficult to answer that question because it depends on propagation, on many things. He surely has probably several hundred watts, my guess. Some of these have kilowatt power capabilities, but in reality, you don't necessarily need that much power to be heard if your antenna setup is good. I've seen pirates have amazingly powerful signals with 50 watts and single sideband, but their antenna kicks ass. It really, really, is good at delivering that 50-watt power out there. But obviously, there are some that are much, much powerful than others. Absolutely. Anything can happen. I know that one of them in AM mode, Captain Morgan actually does say he's using 25 watts AM mode. And you know what? Captain Morgan, every time he's on the air, I'm surprised at times at how well he's being received in AM mode here for just 25 watts. So, the antenna setup is super important. Spicy Peppers, nice to have you here from, I guess, Arizona? Jasmine, that is great. Future-proof your channel. Yep. I mean, you got to add stuff at some point where, it's like my tech channel. It's very Windows focused, but there's more than Windows, and it's a channel that isn't actually titled to be just Windows. It's also titled to be tech. So I'm looking at, other tech stuff that people might want to see that's not just Windows related. Be legendary. Nice to have you here. See a white light coming out of your avatar everywhere. The top of your head. Take back control of your aura. Yeah, Jasmine. Definitely, it's all radio. Lugger says, medium wave totally sucked on my ZWIZ ZWS 802 with the W3 repeater. So that's interesting. No problem, Jasmine. I'll send it to you. You take care of that. Scotia Radio. Radio theory is radio theory. Bring in a little technology and it suddenly becomes very relevant. especially in a world where, there's some dumb decision being taken. Bob from work, nice to have you here. Do it, Spicy Peppers. Bring your radio out and listen. RJ Dakota says, as it is, I get a lot of information from your channel with everyone here having input. I welcome widening horizons, but always remember where you came from and where you're going. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, kilowatt would be probably the limit, and most of them probably don't use that. Most of them might use maybe several hundred watts. Because you got to think about the other thing is that when you broadcast continuously like this, even though SSB has, a power efficiency that doesn't always pump up your transmitter to the max, you still are broadcasting constantly. So that power output transistor or whatever you're using, tubes, you got to let them relax a little. So you never really push the power to the max. You'll push the power to a few hundred watts and leave it there. And like I said, with a good antenna, it's very surprising what you actually can pump up in power. Skidology, so in a way it's kind of similar to DVD-Xing on analog because you don't know which ones will be online at a given time. Pretty much. Well, Leesner, I really haven't heard 6935 sound that good. I do have a half decent antenna, and 6935 is a good gray line frequency. First time with a PC SDR and good speakers. No, it's from what I think is that 6935 is using a very, very wide band for transmitting. And so he injects, so there's the audio of what you listen to. In that audio that you're listening to with the music, for example, there's extra higher frequencies. And those higher frequencies are the ones that have the modulation of the picture. Um, okay, Michael, what about those on 27040? I hear them clear at times. What power they're using? A lot of the CBers that you hear when skips is open, like, look at the Super Bowl channel. Look at the Super Bowl channel, 27025, channel 6. There, several hundred watts. Some use amateur radio equipment there. So they could be at least 100 watts, which is also already pretty good. And some of them are much higher than that. And I went to I remember going to the flea market here 10 years ago. And he's not there anymore. There used to be this guy that would sell amplifiers for CB radio. And I remember going there and looking at the amplifiers, and they were all like 300 watts, 400 watts, 500 watts. So you just plug that into your CB. You'd key up your CB with 5 watts. It would key up 500 watts at the other end on that amplifier. And a lot of CBers that do the skip stuff probably use that. Brian Lister, you're going to red plate the tubes or cook the transistors. Yep. Chris, does anyone do satellite TVDX? Is that a subject like radio listening? I have a few dishes pointed at Europe. I know some people do some listening and some TV stuff with that. I was always intrigued by that. The first time I've ever read about it was when I actually had a Monitoring Times article talk about it, and I was surprised, and I was like, there's some stuff to watch from satellites. That's kind of interesting. Um, and I know that some people still do it. I know that some people point their dishes at satellites where there's free over-the-air TV from different countries. Close enough. If you switch to lower satellite, you can still hear a bit. Yeah, it might be a little lower in frequency than with something else. Yeah, pump up the volume, Red Wally. Remember that. Scotia Radio is 333. Still no. CHU is gone from all the frequencies, unfortunately. GJ Craze, I've seen where someone transmitted waterfall art over a different station and they were tuned just high enough not to overlap the other station. But everything's possible. Everything's possible. It's not impossible to have two transmitters as long as they're close together, they don't overlap. Absolutely, it's possible. It's kind of interesting to to see all these pirates using the new technologies to do all that stuff, to be up there and to just use that technology to now show us waterfall pictures and so on. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible, Tosanov. It's totally possible that there are two different transmitters. We each with their own audio, very close together. So it's absolutely possible. You could also broadcast with a very wide band. That would also work. But yeah, it's totally possible. Totally possible. Kev Michael had got ABC Australia on C-band from California back in the 90s. It's kind of interesting to all this stuff. When I look back at my 44 years of radio, if there would be only one regret, is all the stuff that I didn't know that existed that I never tried. But at the same time, my curiosity made me discover so many things that a lot of people never knew about. When I got the DX100, the DX302, I went to the scanner craze. I had, scanner radios. I would tune around everywhere listening to what's out there. Discovering satellites, which was so unique. It's like, wow, listening to satellites. This is, so weird. I'm listening to something in space, and I didn't know it for a while because I had to read about it at some point, knowing that, okay, these tones I'm hearing on that range are actually tones um, from a satellite in orbit. Okay, this is interesting. And over time, I've had a lot of stuff that I went through. I Kenwood R5000, when I got that in 1990, that thing worked like a power horse for years. Where I used to live before, it was very surprising how low noise it was, and my Kenwood R5000 would get some real good DX, and we're 90s. We're still pretty good for shortwave. We're talking about a time frame where it's it's really nice, and so going to bed listening to Radio Nacional Chadienne on 4904.5, all sorts of things like that. One of the things also that I am surprised, because we have a time frame in our head where, when did this transmission stop? When did this station go off? Some of them for me are like, well, pretty far off. But I was looking at an article that I found on the internet, and they had dates of stations going off the air, like Radio Canada International and so on, Radio Sweden, and you realize they got off the air not that long ago. Until 2000 and up to 2010, there was still quite a few stations still on the air. That in the 2010 to 2020 decade, this is where they shut off. So it's it's pretty crazy, because you look at that and you're like, wow, okay, it hasn't been that long, actually. Well, propagation is good tonight, ZY3WR. If we go and check out our friends at Romania, 11620. Radio Romania, 11620, starting in English. Very, very good signal.
This is Radio Romania International. You are listening to our 1-hour broadcast in English for listeners in North America, the East Coast. We can also be heard on the internet at www.rri.ro, Channel 1. You can find us on Facebook, X, YouTube, Instagram, and other social media platforms.
Well, Kenneth, I didn't want to say it live, but time travel. I was able to listen to 44 years of radio doing time travel in my 29th birthday. Oh, man. Kevin Michael, anyone remember the Patrolman Shortwave 60 from Radio Shack? Yeah, that was a popular radio. That was a popular radio back in the day. A lot of people purchased that one. Paul Stringer says, I remember when Radio Australia had a show about making a satellite dish from a garbage can lid. I wrote to them asking for the plans. I never got it. My WX50 says he has a Back to the Future shirt for a reason. Time travel. It's the only way to do it. Kevin Michael, radio I wanted when I was in grade school was Patrolman 9. You know, that is the thing that is sometimes hard, as a kid or even as an adult, because I mean, we have this world where we're not all fortunate and not all at the same level. Some people can go and get whatever they want whenever they want. Some people have to work hard for it. Some people just can't afford it. And, when you look at a store, you look at something and it's like, boy, would I love, I would so love to have this. How many times did you, for all of those that were able to save or to finally get, like for me, the perfect example is the Kenwood R5000, which for years I drooled over thinking that someday I can get that radio because it's some of the best out there. And you purchase it and it's costing a lot of money. I mean, you just you emptied your bank account to buy a radio. And you're like, well, with this, I will never need a radio again. What a big lie that is. I will never need a radio again. It's like, no, I got the best of the best. Why should I need something else? Yeah, there's always something else you want. That is a big lie. Oh, God. I mean, but these big purchases, they're, for most of us, far and few. I mean, my last big purchase was a FTDX 10. I wanted to have something good for my hobby. I'm a new ham. I want to have something. And, it's a lot of money. I ain't going to buy an FTDX 10 every year. That's for sure, Brian Leisner sees 11800 nearby with a good signal. And I believe that is also Radio Romania. Yep. 11800 is Radio Romania, but in Romanian. So that's Radio Romania, very strong, in Romanian. So that's a pretty good signal. Indeed. Indeed.
Called for voluntary electricity saving, especially in the evening. Between August the 1st and September the 15th, a Romanian unit specializing in forest firefighting, safeguard, and repositioning
Indeed.
organized by the Directorate General for European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Operations. The mission is designed to support the legal parties in consolidating.
Michael, I agree 100% time travel. Old Radios just wants the super radio. Toast Love, good signal, 11800. My WX50. It you know what, Toast Love, it seemed a little overmodulated with the music. My WX50, I worked hard at the grocery store when I was hoping to buy a DX160. The Radio Shack was down the street from the store, and I'd visit it regularly before I had the money to buy it. Yep. Microwave Mick, I've always thought a wideband receiver would be the max, but you could only listen to one station at a time. Yeah. Kenneth said the same thing when I built my Pentium 2 tower computer. Yeah. It's like I don't need anything else. I've got the best of the best. This is good for the rest of my life. Yeah, that's a big lie. It doesn't exist. At some point, you're like, oh, I wanted that one. I want to change for that one. This is the one I want now. Paul says, VT Radio, my wife wonders why and how my radio collection keeps growing. Stephen Navi says, so true. Yeah. Kev Michael, when I saw the Grounding satellite first time, wanted in the 90s. Now I have one. Yeah. Mark, nice to have you here. I'm done buying radios. Maybe just one more, but that's it. There's a joke that I see on the internet, and I shared it on my Facebook page once. It's one of those books that, it's those popular travel books. And that one was titled, I'm not buying another radio and other lies that you can laugh about, or something like that. Other jokes you can laugh about. I honestly never thought, 44 years, that DX100, you guys gotta thank Radio Shack. That DX100 is why I'm here with this tonight. Imagine. Without it, I don't think I would have really gone on to shortwave or anything. It just hooked me to something that was so special. But when we go back 44 years, what I realize is back then, I would open the Passport to World Band radio and would want tons of radios that I could see in there that I didn't have the money to buy. And I look at myself today and I'm like, you're such a lucky guy that thanks to a YouTube channel, you have more shortwave radios than you probably ever thought you'd ever own. Because, there's all sorts of things that happen. The price of shortwave radios. Thanks to China, tons of companies in China made shortwave radios that are amazingly good, but so much lower in price suddenly. That's where the competition is complicated. When I see people saying, well, Sony needs to make shortwave radios again. Sony cannot compete with China. Whatever Sony makes, China makes it as good and at a much lower price now. That's the way it is. We're not in the 90s. We're not in the 90s or the 80s. We're in 2026, where China will make something that is going to beat the crap of everybody else for a price that we all can afford. It has drawbacks, and there's, it's but it's the way it is, and we got to accept that that's the way it is. And that mixed in with, my YouTube channel, your donations, everything, put me in a spot where, a lot of, I can imagine people not saying it, but watching this or watching my videos and saying, you're so lucky to have all of that to play with. I don't have all of that. I have one. And, it's not even the best one. It's an okay one. And I don't have money for anything else. I got that email a few times. People or even comments of, yeah, look at the guy that has $1,000 radios behind him. Yeah, but I'm not rich, and the $1,000 radio comes at the cost that I saved a lot of money in order to actually purchase it. It was not given, but I do think, I probably don't realize sometimes I sit down and I'm like, I don't realize how cool technically my life is with all of this. You know, it's kind of amazing, and you guys for your donations helping out is amazing, and I'm really really I really really want to thank you. I mean, without you guys, this would not be possible. Anyways, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have all the radios, and we'd have a Saturday night doing other stuff than watching a guy from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, talking about radio all the time. Spell 5011 still wants a D109WB and a Codicen DX286, and I have no Texans. So, Paul Stringer has his DX160 that blows his mind away. ZW3WR, speaking of music, I don't know why, but on Thursday, Radio Romania in English broadcast music for 30 minutes instead of the usual 10-minute music program. Yeah, it could be a bug, unless they have something where they don't have content. Brian Leesner, the latest excuse, it's an SDR, not a radio. Kostanov, we get another radio. Yeah, you should, if you don't have an SDR, you should get one of those. David, also tech goes on, so it might be as well. Be that your new R5000 happens to be the best of the best at the time you got it on, but give it some years and it isn't anymore. Definitely. I mean, it's great, but yep. Joseph, oh my God, still here. I am back. But, that's also a thing. It's like the best of the best at one point in time isn't the best of the best 20 years later. I mean, they're good. I mean, the Kenwood R5000, I'll always compare about, and David in Barcelona, I know you love your R5 or R8500. I know you love your radio, and it's definitely a great radio. Okay, but when I purchased it to get a wideband receiver, a high-end wideband receiver, which I had never owned. And what's interesting on that is when I got, so I had my Kenwood R5000 from 1990 to 2008 ish, when it developed the DOTS problem and couldn't start anymore, which made me purchase this the ICOM. Two things come to mind. I wish the Kenwood would have lasted 7 or 8 years more, because instead of this, I would have had an SDR, which were way better in my sense. But also, when I remember in the Passport to Broadband Radio, when they put the stars ratings, they never gave the 8500, totally 5 stars. I think they gave it 4.5 or something like that. Where my Kenwood R5000 for a long time had 5 stars. And I had read that the shortwave part of the ICOM was a little bit lacking in the receiver side, but I accepted that it was like that. But when I got the ICOM, I could immediately see how the Kenwood R5000 was superior as a shortwave receiver than the ICOM is here. But that said, you got to be careful, because the ICOM, technically, if you look at the price that I paid in 2008, is, dollar per dollar, not really more expensive than a Kenwood R5000, but it has a major difference. It is a wideband receiver that goes up to 2000 megahertz. So I knew that, well, to have all of that extra fluff, the VHF, UHF with all modes, it also means the receiver can be as good, because it costs a lot of money. But that's the thing. So what's on the air, Joseph? There's Radio Romania on 11620. There's a pirate very strong on 6935 you can try. So you know it's such a complex thing. When you look at radios and compare all the radios and you know try to tell everybody, well, you know, yeah, that radio is this or that, and I think the important thing is I have my take on the radios comparing them with others, which is not my opinion. A lot of what I talk about is actually the comparing of radios in a, you know, the best way possible that I can do without going into the electronics of it. But the important thing is that, you know, look, I got an ICOM 8500. I'm happy to own it. I will not sell it, but I could see its flaws compared to, you know, the R5000. But the thing is, when I talk about a radio, and that there's too many people out there that are sensitive about that. When I talk about a radio in my own opinion or my own take with tests and using it in real world, don't be offended if I tell you the radio is, okay? You're happy with the radio, that's all that it counts. You're happy with the radio, that's it. Kid 61, I can see you going to a Saturday night fish fry, just like Louis Jourdan. Okay. I've never. There must be some reference I'm missing here that I've never seen. You'll have to point me into a direction where I can see something. My WX50, my Kenwood R1000 was my best radio back in the day, even though I still love my DX160. Chris, I have an ICOM 7300, but now the MK2 is out. Yeah, cheap sends the wrong message. They're not cheap. They're inexpensive compared to, but they're not cheap. They're good radios that are inexpensive compared to the old times. Old radios. Oh well, I got my Texan best radio ever now. My WX50 Kenwood made such a great radios back in the day. Kevin Michael, I can use all internet stuff all at once to monitor stuff like Storm Chase. You know. Joseph, Texans should make some swag. Who wouldn't buy a Texan hat or shirt or bag? Yeah. David, you're correct, Joe. I still love my 8500, and it's still a daily driver for me. My Spy HF Plus Discovery performs better, of course, but the ICOM is still very usable and valid even these days. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, I take it out of that spot regularly because my VHF antenna is in the back, and I, you know, plug into my VHF wideband and tune around VHF UHF range. I have a lot of fun doing that with this radio. It's really cool for that, and you know, I have absolutely no regret in buying this radio at all. You know, I got it. I got it. It works, and I'm happy. You know, it's part of my collection, and like I said, I would not sell it. You know, I don't want to sell it. It's going to be buried with me. Actually, I'm going to be incinerated. So, should all the radios be incinerated with me to make like a big pile of hash mixed, radio mixed with myself? And the batteries are going to explode inside the. They're all going to go crazy. Kevin Michaels got a Texan PL990 for shortwaves. Great. Brian Leeser, Discovery HF Plus is pocketable. You can even use it on an Android tablet for even phone. So yeah, no, the Discovery HF is definitely a very small portable SDR. Skidology, where I live, I can get any longwave stations because none of them are close enough. Yeah, there's not a lot of stuff here in Montreal since all the non-directional beacons have left. Longwave is dead. Literally dead. So when people tell me, how is it on longwave? Well, I hear static, so I can't really say what it, I would need some equipment. I was thinking the other day that I should purchase some kind of signal generator that can give me an idea of, on frequencies like longwave, of how sensitive each radio is. I think it would be useful. Just looking forward to an SDR. Never had a good VHF UHF receiver. If you want to go straight to something good, just get the entry level SDR Play RSP1A. You're going to have a wideband receiver, goes to 2000 megahertz, good on shortwave, long wave, medium wave, and VHF UHF, and it's just amazing. So Y2WR, I have a 990. It's not perfect, and some frequencies had issues. When the most I needed for it's very useful. The only complaint I have is that the cheap inside slowly become less good when time goes. Well, I don't see anything cheap in the 990 personally, and I have a 990 and have it for many years now, like the H501, and it's great. Saturday Night Fish Fry is considered one of the first rock and roll songs around 1949. Oh, really? Okay, I'm gonna have to bring that up on who does it. I'm just gonna bring it up here on my YouTube Music. It must be there. Saturday Night Fish Fry. Oh yeah, 1949. Okay, I'm gonna listen to that. Definitely sounds rock and roll. If you ever been down in New Orleans, that's how it starts. I'm gonna listen to it though. 1949. It sounds more like 1950s or something, even 1960s. This is interesting. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. VT Radio just worked Nigeria, 15 meters, FT8 for new DXCC on the band. Cool. I don't think I have Nigeria. Dustinov wants to give away your stuff. Why won't you need it? You don't want to. You don't like. You're not. Don't want to listen to the radio anymore, or why want to give away your stuff? Or you mean when you're dead, or? Oh, when you're dead. Sorry, I thought now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All the radio on a burning boat, Bet Woolley. Brain Laser 990X is very well built. Yeah, it is very well built from what I see. 6925, pretty strong. Let's go and check that out. Yep, 6925, very good. Old radio, sing more. Yeah, I'm gonna get a copyright strike. Either radio in my area, the FCC turned off the outer marker for BTV. Used to live a few blocks away from it. I think it was a long wave. Yeah, they're all, um, they're all going away. They're being all decommissioned. In a couple of years, there won't be any um, of those non-directional beacons left. Right, and these are all the Texans are made with high quality, even their little pocket radios. Spell 5111 11800, some booming techno dance style music. No, it's Radio Romania International spell. It's their Romanian service. Skidology, Shortwave Archive. Guy is not much younger than me. Actually, he was able to use a signal generator he recently got to create a low-powered station on any frequency. Yeah, that's what I want to do. That's what I'd like to do, actually. Skidology, from long wave all the way to standard shortwave bands, so you can transmit on long wave. Yep. First rock song. Sounds good, though. So, hey guys, it was a lot of fun to be here. I'm hungry. I've got a lot of stuff to do and to catch up with. And I want to say thank you to everyone that donated tonight once again. And keep this alive. I'll be back next Saturday. And hope that you all enjoyed the show today. And it was a lot of fun to be here. And I want you guys to take care. Do some radio. I'm going to listen tonight, and I will be probably posting on the Facebook group a few things I'm listening. I'm going to continue listening to the radio, and hope that everybody has a great week. See you next week, once again, at 20 hours UTC, and we'll have a lot of fun with radio.